Good afternoon, everybody that's in here. It is so wonderful to actually see faces and energy in this particular room because it's been 3 years, right? It's been a really long time. So welcome. And my apologies to all of you for having to wait because we had a few individuals that are running late because of the traffic. And also our apologies to the individuals out there who are watching and had to wait a bit. So let me just start off with some housekeeping details for the individuals that are here, because it's been a while, and for the new guests that have never been here before. The bathrooms, which are very important, are straight ahead and to the right. And our session, our luncheon, our ceremony will be over there where the tables are. And then it's going to be from 4:45 to 5:30. And just to remind, is that correct? 4:45 to 5:30, right? Our reception ceremony will be 4:45 to 5:30. And just a reminder that at 5:30, unfortunately, we may have to promptly end the ceremony because we do have a board meeting that we need to go on with, unfortunately, and or fortunately. And we have guest presenters that are going to be presenting right at the beginning. So, and then one other thing, very, very important thing. So this is our first transition, our first kind of practice run transition meeting into being in person fully, just like all of our neighboring colleges, as an example. So today our public comments are only in person and not virtual because we don't have that flex ability, nor do we have the kind of feasibility and flexibility to be able to do both at the same time, technologically speaking. So if you are going to be putting forth a public comment, it is imperative that you sign up because that's the only way that we'll know that you are going to put forth a public comment. And the sign up sheet will be distributed, disseminated, and you will need to do that by 5:30. The person who will be distributing that sheet is Sasha Amiri, who is not present at the time at this moment in time. But if it doesn't get to you, please look for her or contact somebody here, and we will ensure. Where's Sasha?
The sign-up form's right.
I'm in the office managing the Zoom.
All right, we're figuring this out. So the sign-up sheet is on the table to my left and your right over there. So if you'd like to put forth public comments, please sign in by 5:30. All right, let's call the meeting to order. 4:43. I should have done that earlier. 4:43. The Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Jackson, Chancellor Jackson, may I have you do the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Chancellor Jackson. We have 2 awards, but I don't see Trustee Handy here. Okay. I probably shouldn't read her proclamation until she gets in the vicinity. So I'll wait a bit. We have 2 awards, but I will do Trustee Handy first, and then the second award will be to Trustee Jelena Bonilla. I don't know if she knows that we are waiting for her.
President Reese, would you like to do, trustee Dania's first or?
Again. Hi, Trustee Handy. How are you? Thank you all for waiting. I think what we'll do, because we'd like to have the rest of Trustee Handy's family here. So what we'll do is we will begin with the ceremony and the party. And then when your kids get here, why don't we do what we need to do at that particular point and we can go back to the ceremony. Does that sound okay, Trustee Handy? Okay, fantastic. But at the same time, I don't want you all just sitting there waiting for us. So why don't we celebrate? Let's celebrate, and then let's have our recognitions right afterwards, or a little bit in between. Okay, sounds good. All right, let's celebrate.
Oh, no, no. Okay, President.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone, for doing this out of order. Remember, this is a practice run, and it's been a while since we've done this, so we're quite rusty. We are going to have a few people come to the dais, or come to the podium, rather, to put forth their proclamations. And we are going to have Honorable L. Karen Monroe come to the podium, please. Thank you for your patience.
Well, good evening, everyone. I knew this was an auspicious occasion just because, but I didn't realize it was your first time back as well, first and last time back for you. But it's my honor to be here to honor the Honorable Linda Handy. There is nothing I could say about her that you don't already know in terms of her leadership and service, how long-standing it's been, and what a great example she's been to women, Black women, women of color, women in leadership, and to those who are considering public service or who are currently serving. Those of us who are in these roles understand what it takes. It's not always as pretty as it looks. I know it looks glamorous. Not always. And I know that there have been some tough times, some tough decisions, and it takes courage to do what you all do. And Ms. Handy has been doing it for a lot longer than most, and we really appreciate her for that. So I brought her a superintendent's special recognition. It says, I've opted for these because the proclamations had too many whereases for me to read. So it says, in deep appreciation for your great service as a Peralta Community College Board Trustee from 2002 to 2022. I think you're due. Wait, there's more. And for your steadfast leadership, dedication, and commitment to the students of the Peralta Community College District and their futures. Congratulations. Am I allowed to come forward? Turn around, Brad. Oh. Hi, thanks everyone. Thank you. Come on, my board meeting.
And then I'm going to have Trustee Nikki Gonzalez read off Honorable Bonta's certificate for Trustee Julina Bonilla. He couldn't be here in person, but he did drop this off or had his assistant drop it off.
Thank you, President Napoli-Bella-Reese. So this is a certificate from our Attorney General, local Rob Bonta, and it's a certificate of recognition proudly presented to Julina Bonilla in recognition for your service and dedication to the Peralta Colleges, students, staff, and community, dated December 13, 2022. Congratulations, Julina. Wish you were here tonight.
Thank you. And then we'll go to the mayor's proclamation for Trustee Handy.
Hello. Hello. This is from the Honorable Mayor Libby Schaff. So I will be reading, whereas Linda Handy, a lifelong resident of Oakland, was first elected to the Peralta Colleges Board of Trustees in 2002, serving as a leader of the Community College District for 20 years. There are several whereases. I can read them all if you want, Linda.
No,
Okay. At the end, oh, here's the last one I'll read. Ms. Handy has been an impactful leader in the East Bay community, devoting herself to the education of our young people and inspiring young people and political leaders alike with her dedication, gregariousness. And now therefore be it proclaimed, I, Libby Schaaf, Mayor of the City of Oakland, hereby recognize and commend Linda Handy for 20 years of public service leading our secondary educational system.
And then we have two we have a resolution for you, trustee Handy, and then we have a resolution for trustee Bonilla. And unlike my colleagues, I am going to read every single whereas, and there are many, and it's because it is our last opportunity to celebrate you. And you are so, pardon my French, damn amazing. So we are going to utilize this time to really just glorify you, to just kind of, lift you up. further.
Did we want to get, I believe there was, Paul is here, Dr. Van Hook,
Yes.
before we do the board's resolution.
Yes, you're right. Thank
He
you.
had indicated that.
Dr. Van Hook, please come on over, and my apologies for interrupting and having you.
Thank you so very much to trustees and to Chancellor. As President Paul, I would like for all of the board members to come and stand. And I would also like to read the full resolution on behalf of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs. Let us say to you, thank you so very much for your work, your years. We have so many things that we can remind you of. I personally, as an adjunct professor, came and talked about a graduation for African descent people. And it was because of you and your ability to help us to make that happen. We're now 15 years strong and moving because of your work. And so on behalf of the Paul representative of the Peralta Community College District, both active and retired administrators, faculty, staff, and we would like to just read this resolution. It says, the Peralta African American Association and Affairs Resolution honoring trustee Linda Handy. Whereas the members of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs, better known as PAW, would like to thank trustee Linda Handy for her dedication of service to the students, faculty, staff, and the broader community in the Peralta Community College District. Whereas in November 2002, trustee Handy began representing Area 3, part of the Laurel District, as well as San Antonio, Fruitvale, Brookfield, Fairfax, and Maxwell Park District in Oakland, and ranks among the longest serving Peralta District trustees. Whereas Linda Handy is an alumni of Peralta College District, earning an Associate of Art at Laney College, Bachelor's of Art at San Francisco State, and a Master's of Art in Organizational Development and Analysis in Case, Western Reserve University. Whereas trustee Linda Handy is a first-generation college graduate, mother, grandmother, and a long-term grassroots organizer, fighting for social justice and civil rights with Operation Push in Chicago and providing supportive services for first-generation minority college students in Ohio. Whereas trustee Linda Handy has continued her work in social justice and self-empowerment of underserved people through her work in the Peralta Trustee District as a trustee. Whereas Linda Handy created an annual legislative conference to Washington, D.C. to receive district funds and led a team of Peralta students, leaders in various diverse academic, socioeconomic, social, and cultural ethnic backgrounds to attend the Congressional Black Caucus for over 15 years, where Peralta students learn about civic engagement, advocacy to uplift, empower, and mobilize communities of color. Whereas trustee Linda Handy spearheaded the first student health center, which is now expanded to all 4 colleges, which helps serve bus passes for our students and extend in the creation of food pantries for our students to address food insecurities. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs, better known as PAW, honors and celebrate Trustee Linda Handy for her many years of exemplary service to the district that benefits our students and her advocacy of student success of social justice. I present this to you on this day, December the 13th, 2022. Right here. We have, come on down, we have some flowers. Some of our phenomenal trustee lovers have framed this resolution, and we would like, who else wanted to have something to share? There we go, please. Please.
Well, it's so glad to be back here. I should probably let Linda do her thing first. You go stand here, don't go nowhere. To the president, fellow trustees, chancellor, it is indeed a pleasure to be here, and those of you who are going to take on the journey of the incoming trustees, we want to thank you. You know, the group over here that's sitting, when Trustee Handy, when we went out and was looking for a person to run, they had a great loss in the family, and she didn't want anything to do with Peralta, and so after we badged her and anyway, she said she would do it. And yeah, so but this whole group over here, these little kids and all, they weren't even around. What a blessing. See, if you got on Peralta, now you got grandkids.
But Erica was a student right there at Laney College.
Oh, that's right. And her brother and her sisters back there. So anyway, I'll be brief, but it's just great. You know, Linda came on, and we with the board. I mean, Bill was probably the last of our little group, and did great work. Not only she worked with the students on that whole piece about going to Washington DC, but took some kids to China. Also got involved in technology. At that time, technology was really in its infancy, and she chaired that. I just wanted to say thank you, and that there's great life after retirement, and you want to start enjoying it as soon as you can. And to the board, God bless you, and continue your great work. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, and I know, and real quick, I have this picture. This is Linda's these are door hangers. And you look on the back of here and you see people like Nate Miley, Della Fuentes, Larry Reed, Wilson Rao, A.B. Stone. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. She had, I know, we're not in church. I'm closing now. But there was, so she was running against a two-term trustee incumbent. There was 26 precincts, and she took all 26. That shows you how the person is. So thank you. We got this for you, Linda. And here's a photo outside of the SCIU building.
It was
Yeah.
790 then.
790 is Linda Handy, and I'm getting out because I'm closing now. Thank you for that.
Go up front, take pictures.
Okay.
We're going over here, right?
Everyone, thank you, Bill. Well, I was gonna have a hearing.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Oh, you want that?
Come on.
Posterity.
There you go. Thank you. All right.
Get pictures one. One more. I had a bag. Did I leave a bag on? Did she get the bag? Okay. All right, okay, golfers. Let's see you guys.
Need your plate. I got it.
All right. Okay, so now we have our proclamation for you with the 200 whereases. I know I have to. I absolutely have to. So in recognition of Trustee Linda Handy, whereas Trustee Linda Handy was elected on November 5, 2002 as the Area 3 Peralta Community College District Trustee representing parts of the Laurel District as well as the San Antonio, Fruitvale, Brookdale, Fairfax, and Maxwell Park districts in Oakland, and has served in this capacity for over 20 years. Whereas Trustee Handy is a lifelong resident of Oakland, California, with global experience, which deepens her compassion for people whose lives are strapped by injustice and economic inequity, fueling her advocacy for historically underrepresented peoples. Whereas Linda has attended 2 of the Peralta Colleges COA as part of the apparel design and merchandising program and is a Laney College alumna. Whereas Trustee Handy is an advocate for lifelong learning, has a Master of Science in Organizational Development and Analysis from Case Western University, and has a long resume of community service and college administrative experience, to include being a former president of the Oakland Coalition of Congregations. Second page. Whereas, which she started in 2004, has been taking Peralta student leaders of all races and gender identity to the annual Congressional Legislative Black Caucus Conference in Washington, D.C. to attend seminars on civic engagement and orientation to the legislative process and governmental and grassroots organizing. These trips have introduced student delegates to the nation's elected officials and resulted in life-changing educational experiences for these students. Whereas Linda has been a fierce advocate for the students of the Peralta Colleges, leading to the creation of the Peralta Health Clinics to offer access to health services for students, many of whom have hunger and housing insecurity as well. Whereas Trustee Handy's leadership has resulted in grants benefiting students and educational programs, including funding from the Department of Labor to teach life-challenged students in green jobs, the Department of Commerce for the College of Alameda Aviation Program, and the Congressional Omnibus Appropriation Bill for higher education funding for the Merritt College Cybersecurity Program. Whereas in all these endeavors, she has demonstrated her relentless commitment to the Peralta Community College District and to the higher educational opportunities it provides to all the citizens of Alameda County. The Peralta Community College District expresses its immeasurable gratitude to Trustee Linda Handy for her untiring leadership, consistent partnership, and innumerable accomplishments. She has always put students first. They have been the primary guiding force in her decision-making, which has positioned the district and its colleges to be an inspiration for countless students who reside in the Alameda County. Proclaimed by the board on this 13th day of December, 2022. Thank you. And we move on to the proclamation or the resolution for Trustee Bonilla. Okay. Thank you, Trustee Handy. Okay. Proclamation by the Board of Trustees for the Peralta Community College District in recognition of Trustee Julina Bonilla. Whereas Trustee Julina Bonilla was elected on November 7, 2014 as the Area 7 Peralta Community College District Trustee with 9,636 votes and served as president of the board for consecutive years, starting 2017 through 2020. Whereas Trustee Bonilla's strong, stable, ethical, and independent leadership style was paradigmatic and served as a model for many. Whereas Trustee Bonilla's was one of the most prepared and knowledgeable board members with expertise in the areas of negotiations, workforce training, PLAs, construction and facilities contracts, and her naturally animated personality and superbly trendsetting eyewear transitioned the board into the Zoom universe with great panache. Whereas Trustee Bonilla's position at the Port of Oakland as workforce development leader and social responsibility, which included developing programs that prepare and place local residents, many from underserved communities in port-related careers, demonstrates her critical work within Oakland communities. Whereas Julina had been a relentless advocate for workforce training and business partnerships at Peralta, understanding the essential role of community colleges as engines of social change in transforming surrounding communities. Whereas Trustee Bonilla led this district with great integrity, resilience, steadfastness, and poise, as the state chancellor's office, encouraged by certain individuals, seemed determined to take over the district. Whereas had it not been for Trustee Bonilla's bold and unflappable leadership during the most difficult time, which included challenging inaccurate narratives disseminated by many, Peralta would not be where it is today, applauded by many across the state for finally acknowledging and earnestly working through, rather than obscuring, the compounded and connected issues that have plagued this district for many years. Whereas because of her tireless efforts, the Peralta Community College District continues to be a locally governed district, serving the needs of 27,000 urban students, and is working palpably towards becoming the innovative, structurally strong, and financially accountable engine of transformation that our communities deserve. Whereas in all these endeavors, Trustee Bonilla has demonstrated her relentless commitment to the Peralta Community College District, her ardent dedication to all students, particularly those that have been historically disenfranchised, and her avid belief in the power and potential of higher education, specifically community colleges, to truly change the lives of every single individual. Whereas, after such incredible, immeasurable service to this community at the expense of family, time, and health, now it be proclaimed that the governing board of the Peralta Community College District expresses its immense gratitude to Trustee Bonilla for her indefatigable leadership as she fought assiduously for this district and its students, and for what was true and veritable, giving this current board and this current administration the time and space needed to work on grave financial and operational issues, which will ultimately position Peralta as a true beacon of excellence and learning to all of Alameda County generations forthcoming. Proclaimed by the board on this 13th day of December, 2022. Okay, all right, and we are done. Okay, so now we move on to the swearing in ceremony 1.5, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Mike's, oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted as a point of clarification, did we want to offer opportunity for outgoing trustee Handy to
Handy.
say a few words?
Sure.
And then I thought we would gavel out this part of the section and go
Okay.
into the next part of
Okay,
it.
sounds good. Trustee Handy, do you want to say a few words before we conclude this section?
And trustee Handy, before you depart, I believe that the presidents also have a little bit of a swag bag, as we say. So you are gonna need a truck
will
to get all of this stuff
I will
out.
stop by my presidents. Yes, thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you to everyone that came. Thank you to Pa and all of the people that were here when I came in the beginning. From the time I stepped out of the car in the parking lot, it's been nothing but love. And I really, really appreciate that. It's been a very bittersweet time. You know, I wanted to make this transition, but that's not the same thing as actually making this transition, because there's a lot of last times, including this one. The last time being in this meeting. It all started 20 years ago. And now, as you can see, I have grandkids and stuff, and it's like I have things that I need to be able to do, like go to preschool and things like that. Plus, my commitment to the community is not going to change. I'm still going to be working on things to try to make sure that we get a steady flow of students from the high school level right into our colleges, because it's just absolutely essential. So I want to go out and be able to impact people directly by going out and talking to parents about concurrent enrollment and doing everything we can to support that. And there are a lot of other things, you know, but I'm also watching out to try not to get assigned to any more boards. But anyway, it's been wonderful helping to grow the district. We've had a lot of changes. We've done a lot in all of the years that I've been here, and even before then. We built the foundation from pretty much from nothing to making over $1 million and then able to hire staff. And now we have such an incredible foundation and foundation leader that people are raising money, including like Dr. Riley coming back to put his name on the golf tournament and raising $100,000 for the foundation. We have a lot of our community that are absolutely committed to our students. And we have a lot of retirees that have that same commitment. And I just feel so blessed to have been a part of that. For those of you that just have, you know, I live by passion, and the passion is for education, because all the students that I see at Peralta is there before the grace of God go I, or that was me. And fortunately or unfortunately, I was like Forrest Gump. I went because that's what you did. It wasn't a big plan. Fortunately, I was able to keep moving through that. But education is definitely the key to unlocking some of your dreams, or at least getting you to have the critical thinking skills to look for things that you might want to do. I commend all of those of you that are just so committed to our students and to what you do. But what I ask of you tonight is to, like during the election time, we said, go out and drag 5 people out to vote. Go out and drag 5 other faculty members and workers here and help to re-energize them. COVID has hit us all hard. We've not been in the classroom. It's very, very challenging. It's a whole new world. We need to go out and support each other, pat each other on the back, remind people why they wanted to get into this field in the first place, and encourage them to come back with renewed energy that will help to bring our students back to college so that we can all do what we have a passion for. There's so much that I would love to say, but the most is that people who are here tonight, this is the choir. These are the people who are woke. These are the people who have the utmost commitment. We just have to work hard to bring everybody back in the way they were 20 years ago. When I was elected, I had 125 people on election day working with me. On the night that I was sworn in, you couldn't even see the back door. There were so many people. We had so many folks that were in the union that were absolutely committed, and they didn't have release time or anything. We had Diana Laura, we had Becky Sitt, we had Mary Logan, we had Greg Morrow, and then we had Ed Jaramillo. And things have shifted. And that shift has more divided us than brought us together. We cannot serve this community unless we all stay together, working together. And that's my parting to you and to my board, is just please, let's always put the students first. Because if we do that, everything else is going to fall into place. And for those that we see that don't share the same commitment, let's see what we could do to re-energize their spirit and get them back to understanding why they came to us in the first place. And I leave you with that. Thank you.
Okay. Gaveled out.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. I was going to do that, but I appreciate you No. I appreciate that. That was going to be my last gift to really kind of a legend, I think, within our district for the number of years that she's put in.
Okay. Let us move on to the swearing in ceremony. So I think at this particular point, we go to the front of the dais, do we not? And we have our new trustees come on over. And then individually we'll do the oath and you will take your place
Okay.
on the dais.
And President
Yes.
Reese, since we're also swearing you in,
Yes,
I would
I go
ask
too.
that
Yes.
Vice President Delphine Polk kind of chair the meeting. And I have been asked to swear in President Cindy Napolia Bella Reese and also Louis Quinlan. So if you two could come up. I've also provided you with a handwritten, just in case. And then Trustee Jenkins, if you would like to join us in the front, because just Trustee Jenkins is going to be swearing in our newest trustee, Trustee Johannes. So do you want to go first, Trustee Jenkins? It's just because it's easier to hear on the YouTube video, but
Okay. So you ready? Okay, so I state your name. Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Well, I guess I say a few words. Just thank you, everyone. Thank you, the community who voted me in. I'm really, really excited to work with the Peralta Board and the Peralta community. I work in higher education myself, and I'm just ready to hit the ground running. Let's go. Let's go to work.
Congratulations, trustee. Trustee-elect Quinlan. The microphone's right here.
all right. All right, I will be swearing in a longtime friend, I would say, colleague, even though he's at another college and not College of Alameda. I've known Louis for an awful long time, so it's my honor to do the swearing in. And please state your name,
I, Louis Quinlan,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yep. Your nameplate's right here.
Okay.
Oh, please do.
That's all right. So I'm used to speaking in a machine shop over machines running all the time. Sorry, usually I don't need one of these. I'm used to speaking over running machines in a room full of students. And your voice gets to carry when you're doing that for 17 years. So I guess I'm proud to be elected to this position, proud to represent Oakland, my community, and carry on the work of the Peralta District. I think Trustee Handy spoke truly that COVID has been very tough on our district, on our community, and that we're going to emerge from this, that we're going to work and develop and build a better Peralta for the future, for our students and for our community.
And then next we have Cindy Napoli Bellaris. A little familiar.
A little familiar. Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Cindy Napoli Bellaris,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter. Like I said, this is a little familiar. Second time around, we've done a lot of work. We've all done a lot of work. And there's still so much more to be done. I am excited about these two new trustees because I think these two new trustees will add a lot. Do the work, articulate, put forth your voice, and be independent thinkers. I really do hope that you're independent thinkers because we need that at this district. We really do. But we have a lot of work to do and excited about the work that is forthcoming.
Thank you. And before we leave this portion, I would be remiss if I did not remind everyone that Trustee Kevin Jenkins is leaving us. His resignation is the day before our board meeting in January, but don't think you're going to get out of it roast. So we are going to invite him back for that last meeting, since you will have resigned the day before, and we got something for you. So I will just end with that. Thank all of you for being here. All the members of the community, we're going to start our regular meeting now.
So now we begin with the annual organizational meeting. Oh, let me have our new trustees get settled. We have to do roll call. Oh, no, we don't. We do that later. Everyone settled. I'll give you all a minute or two to get settled. I don't think we're at that. Go ahead.
Madam President, I suggest we reorder the agenda so that we approve the agenda first, which we probably should have done a while ago, but better late than never. And that way we can actually do the organizational meeting as part of the approved agenda. So I'd like to move item 1.1, 1.10, approval of the agenda at this point,
Okay.
and ask for a second.
Second.
Just a point of clarification, Board of Trustees. I've been asked to pull item 8.1 for further modification. There's been some personnel issues with the contract and we may have to go back and modify that. So we'd like to pull that item.
So noted, and let the record reflect that that item has been removed as part of my motion. Kevin?
I accept the
Amendment?
amendment.
All right, thank you.
Was that the only amendment, Chancellor? I thought there was another item you needed to pull. Was that it?
I believe that was the only item, President Reese.
Okay. Then I believe we need roll call at this point.
So just to confirm, we are moving item 1.10, the approval of the agenda, and we're also removing the Ed Rock item? Correct?
I believe that is correct, and maybe we need roll call first and then this item. Now you're beyond the scope of my expertise.
So shall we do well, actually, we just did 1.10, then let's also move 1.7.
All right, so let me amend my original motion to reorder the agenda such that we first do the roll call, then we approve the agenda, and then we move to the organizational meeting. So just move the roll call and the approval of the agenda to be the immediate items that we deal with.
I accept the amendment.
Thank you.
And roll call, please, since there's no further discussion.
Student trustee Hogan,
Here.
student trustee Latino. Trustee Quinlan, oh, my
Hello.
apologies. It's my new list. Trustee Withrow.
Here.
Trustee Jenkins,
Here.
trustee Handy. Oh, no longer here. Trustee Delphine Polk,
Here.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Trustee Johannes?
Oh, yes.
The new list.
Okay,
Sasha.
doesn't matter that we don't, okay. Trustee Johannes,
Here.
trustee Quinlan,
Here.
motion passes.
Trustee Nikki Gonzalez Yuan. Did you ask for trustee Gonzalez Yuan's vote?
Let the record reflect that I'm here.
Oh, trustee Gonzalez Ewan, I apologize. I thought I had you marked. My apologies.
We'll get
Practice
this all
run.
sorted out.
Yeah, eventually. Okay, all right, let's move on to 1.6, 1.6 annual organizational meeting. There are two official seats that need to be voted on, and it's the vice presidency and the president. And so in the past, have we done president first? Yes. and
Sure.
trustee- Okay, so let's do the president first. Nomination?
Madam
Madam
I
President,
mean, how does this work? Okay,
we take a nomination and then we put people in nomination order and then we have a vote.
okay, so let's do trustee
And ju-
Gonzalez Yuan, and then let's do trustee Jenkins.
All right, I'd like to nominate Cindy Napoli Reese for president.
Just one point of clarification, a second is not required for a nomination.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to nominate trustee Delphine Polk for president.
And then how do we do the vote?
We
Okay.
accept all nominations for any and all nominations, and then we take the vote for each in the order of the nominations received.
Okay, do we have more nominations? Let's just get all the nominations out there. Any more nominations? Okay, all right.
Sasha, do you have it? The nominations?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? I apologize. I was interrupted.
Okay, we've proceeded with the nominations for board president. The first nomination was for trustee Reese, Napolia Bella Reese. The second nomination was for trustee Delphine Polk. At this time, we take the vote in the order that the nominations were received. So the first vote will be taken for trustee Napolia Bella Reese.
Understood. Are the student trustees a part of this vote as well? Correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you, sir. Student trustee Hogan. Are you voting for President Reese as re-elected president?
No.
Student trustee Latino? Absent. Trustee Quinlan? Yes or no, sir?
No.
Trustee Johannes?
No.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
No.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
No.
Trustee Napolia Bella Reese? Can you vote for yourself?
Yes, you can.
Trustee Reese? I can't hear her. Does-
Yes,
Oh, thank,
sorry.
no problem. Motion does not pass.
We'll now take the vote for trustee Delphine Polk for board president.
Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bella Reese? Oh, trustee Reese, I'm sorry, I didn't get your vote.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Delphine Polk, you are now president.
Yay.
Thank you. And I do want to say, President Reese, thank you so much for everything that you've done for our district for the last 2 years as president. I've learned a lot from you and I really appreciate all the guidance that I've gotten from you over the last couple of years.
You'll
So
be great.
I appreciate
You'll
it.
be absolutely.
You're not
great.
going anywhere.
Should now take nominations for vice president.
I'd like to nominate trustee Lewis Quinlan.
I'd like to nominate trustee Gonzalez Ewan.
I decline.
I'd like to nominate Bill Withrow.
Do you accept trustee Withrow?
Pardon?
Do you accept the nomination?
I accept that,
Okay.
yes.
Are there any other nominations for the board position of vice president? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a vote for trustee Lewis Quinlan for the position of vice president. Sasha?
Yes, sir, thank you. Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
No.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bella Reese?
Abstain.
You need to vote.
Yeah.
I vote.
Oh, okay.
You voted, okay, thanks.
All right. So what's next? Sasha? I know we reordered the agenda. Can you tell us what the next agenda item is?
Item 1.8, the affirmation of the statement of cooperation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, over the course of the last 2 years, we, the PCCD Board of Trustees, have been engaging in a process of reflection to improve our effectiveness as a board. As a result, we've conducted a critical review of our work over the last several years through a formal self-evaluation and established meaningful goals. Peralta Board has adopted a statement of cooperation that codifies our commitment to set the bar for excellence in governance and community college leadership and to lead by examples for our Peralta colleges. Full statement of cooperation is attached to our agenda. In summary, we have committed to build trust and seek to understand each other, to be prepared and follow good governance and ethical protocols, and model the behavior we want others to exhibit. We therefore commit to honoring and upholding these commitments in words and in action. All right, 1.9, we don't have closed session until the conclusion of this meeting, so we can push that till later on. Correct, Ro? Okay, thank you. 1.10, approval of the agenda. We already did that. Let's go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Okay. Approval of the minutes for the November 15th, 2020 meeting. Can I entertain a motion?
So moved. Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Do we have to elect the secretary of the board?
No, it's the chancellor.
But we've done it in the past though, right? Where we've elected the secretary of the board.
Royal?
I don't recall having to, yeah, because it's the chancellor serves as the secretary of the board. According to board policy.
Gotcha.
Okay. I have a motion to approve the November 15th board meeting minutes. Can I have a second? All right, I'll second. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan, trustee Johannes,
Abstain.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Abstain.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Also, I will abstain because I was only there for half of the meeting.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, approval of the special board meeting minutes for November 28th.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
Point of order on the last motion. Can I have a recounting of the votes, please? Because I counted it as 3 aye and 4 abstentions. And I don't think that means that it passes.
Can you reread that, please, Sasha?
Was trustee Quinlan an abstain or a yes? Because I heard a yes.
Abstain.
Oh, well then it does not pass. My apologies.
I had another request for clarification.
Go ahead,
I
Roy.
believe that at one point we said the minutes from the 15th, and at another point we said the minutes from the 28th. So I want to just confirm that we were on 1.11, the minutes from the November 15th meeting.
That was my understanding.
That was not my understanding, so I would change my vote to a yes because I was at the 1/15 or November 15 meeting.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
What happens if the minutes aren't passed?
Well, I think the minutes with that change from trustee Napala Bellarice, I believe that the minutes do pass from the November 15th
From
meeting.
November 15th, yes.
I'm asking about the 28th.
We haven't got to the 28th
We haven't
yet.
gotten there yet.
Yeah, I'm asking like, if they don't pass, what will happen?
Well, let's see if they pass first.
It's my understanding that they won't be entered into the record, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and start over. 1.12, approval of the special board meeting minutes for November 28th.
And sorry, just a quick interjection. So I'm just going to confirm that item 1.11 did pass.
Correct.
Okay, just want to confirm that with everybody. We have a motion for,
Can I entertain a motion for this 1.12, November 28th meeting minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? I'll second.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
For legal counsel, do you have to have been in the meeting to vote yes on this? On the approval of the minutes?
No, no, you do not.
Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
okay, student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan.
Abstain.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Johannes.
Abstain.
Thank you, ma'am. Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Abstain.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Abstain.
Motion does not pass.
So to answer trustee Jenkins' question, basically the minutes would have to be brought back at a later date if the board chooses to do so.
What about the actions taken during that meeting? Will they still go through?
Yes, the actions taken in the meeting still stand.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, everyone. 1.13, Associated Student Government Reports. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify the question that you posed, trustee Jenkins, because there was a quorum at that meeting. The minutes do stand, they just won't be codified because individuals were not there and felt that they could not vote on that, if I'm understanding that correctly. But there was a quorum at the meeting, and so those minutes just do stand.
Thank you, Chancellor. Okay, 1.13, Associated Student Government Reports. Do we have anybody here to present?
Yes, ma'am. Student trustee Hogan, you want to go first?
Yes, I'm Lisa Hogan, SNC president. I would like to report that this past week, last week at Merritt College, we held a virtual Black career fair on Thursday, December 8th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Had a great turnout for that. We also held on Thursday, December 8th, our Merritt Food Bank Holiday Grocery Giveaway, with also a great turnout for that event. We are also hosting a toy drive and that was given by the Intertribal Student Union and the Sustainability Club at Merritt College. We also host a clothes drive, and the drop-off dates are ranging from December 1st through December 15th, from 12 noon to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. And that's all I have to report for Merritt College ASNC.
Thank you, Student Trustee Hogan. Sasha, do we have anybody else? I think I see a few names on the screen.
Next, we have Simone Thompson.
Yes, thank you. I'm the VP for College of Alameda's student government, and for our campus, at least, during the last meeting, we've had another event at our school on November 29th. It was a collaboration with the Cougar Closet to make a DIY event, which helped people build various things such as snow globes, essential oils, or even air plants and carriers that they could help bring home to decorate the house during a seasonal time, or to gift away to others as well. And during that event, it was also a collaboration with our college's Fab Lab to help make the custom holders for the air plants, since they're about to open up as well, starting this semester. It's in addition, we also have rock enrollment events that started this Tuesday and last Tuesday, and are going to be going on for a while till January. And during those events, ASCO is also partnering with Waterfront Deli to provide warm drinks and pastries for students and staff on campus. But besides that, we're also looking into beautifying our student lounge and cafeteria building by painting a mural by hiring one of our city artists in Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Do we have anyone else?
No, ma'am, I do not see anybody else.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and giving a report. Next, 1.14 Peralta Classified Senate Report.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, President Delphin Polk, Vice President Quinlan, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, presidents and guests. Tonight we have two classified Senate campus reports. The first report comes from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The Classified Professional Leadership Team facilitated an off-campus retreat on Monday, December 12th, with a theme of refocus, relax, rejuvenate. Group activities centered on creating a personal mission statement to engage the services we provide to students and solidify connections to each other. The second report comes from the Laney College Classified Senate. The Classified Senate held the 5th annual book and toy drive for the little ones at the Laney's Children's Center and collected over 100 books and toys that will be distributed by Santa on Thursday, December 15th. The Senate would like to thank everyone who donated for this joyous cause. Services for Carlos Ferrer were held on Monday, December 12th, and the Laney Classified Senate presented the family with a resolution and gift-in-kind monetary donation. The Senate would also like to recognize Katrina Santos, a program specialist for the SOAR program funded through Guided Pathways, and the publicist for the Classified Senate. Over the fall semester, Katrina has been a key contributor to the SOAR program, which assists students with navigating through college barriers to achieve career and educational goals. Katrina recently returned from the Basic Needs Summit and San Bernardino, where she co-facilitated a presentation on the Fall is Free campaign. Lastly, she has taken the initiative to ensure Laney College is selected for the Caring Campus Cohort, which awards professional development grants for classified professionals. Like Katrina, our classified professionals go above and beyond in their day-to-day job to support students in any way they can. And finally, the Laney College Classified Senate wishes all classified professionals, administrators, and students a safe, prosperous, and relaxing winter break. Lastly, as a point of personal privilege, tonight will be my last speech as president of the Peralta Classified Senate. On Thursday, November 17th, the PCS selected new Senate officers. Dr. Joseph Karoma as treasurer. Tachetta Henry as secretary. Myself as vice president, and Roberto Gonzalez as the new president of the PCS. Every classified leader who steps into an officer position knows that classifieds would not have had a voice or a seat at the table had it not been for the ongoing work of previous classified Senate leaders who pushed for and finally got a seat at the board meetings under Chancellor Jose Ortiz. Former PCS presidents were David Reed, James Blake, Tim Bryce, Roberto Gonzalez, Robert Tracy, and Glenn Pace. Some in the Peralta community have misunderstood the role of the PCS president. This position is not autocratic. If the classified senates have differing views on an issue, the president can only decide once there is consensus amongst the different senates. The PCS president is a servant leader. They represent and are the advocate arm of classified professionals in the district. As PCS president, I have worked to strengthen the Peralta Classified Senates and its member senates. I have listened to classifieds to understand their problems and views, nurtured leadership in my fellow classifieds, also tried to represent classified professionals well, developed relationships with district administrators and confidentials, and approached this job with humility. To borrow from Maya Angelou, a leader sees greatness in other people. He nor she can be much of a leader if all they see is themselves. It has been an honor to serve classified professionals these last few years and to present their concerns to the board and the district. I look forward to my new duties and responsibilities as a PCS vice president. With the end of the fall semester, the coming Christmas holiday, and the seating of a new board of trustees, I am hopeful for the new year, 2023. I wish you all good health and a safe Christmas break. Good night.
Thank you, Terrence. We appreciate your service. Okay, next we have District Academic Senate Report. Is Dr. Moore on?
He is-
President Delphine
Yes.
Pope.
Yes.
Dr. Moore advised me that this is finals week and that he will be conducting finals. So there will be no report from the District Academic Senate.
Okay, thank you for letting me know, Chancellor. We will then move on to 1.16, Public Communications. Sasha?
Yes, ma'am. First, we have Bill Riley.
I don't believe he's here.
He went during the awards presentation.
Oh, thank you for that. Next, we have Karen Panich.
Is it possible to change the order so I can go first? I have no objection. President Chnosky is going to go first if we change the order. Thank you, Sasha.
I have children to get home to.
Thank you. And Jeff Sinceri is going to cede his time to me. So I believe I have 6 whole minutes to talk to you. Thank you so much. It's really nice to be back. It's nice to be back here after almost 3 years and to see all of you together in person. And then while I'm so thrilled to be back, I do have concerns about the way that the change occurred. Faculty, staff, students, and community members were not informed of the shift until Friday evening's announcement. And while it's legal, this decision really doesn't engender trust or demonstrate transparency or true democracy and inclusion. Why do some people get to call in and others have to be here in person? It's not the intention that matters alone. It's also the impact on the people that are here. Before starting with my general board comments, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to our 2 outgoing trustees. Trustee Handy has served Peralta year after year, and despite our many differences that she alluded to, I've always been impressed by her tenacity, her perseverance, and her dedication. Her annual trips to Washington, D.C. were an inspiration to all of us. And the way that she unapologetically mentored young Black leaders was really an inspiration to me and changed so many lives, including those of my own students. So I really appreciate her and I appreciate her years of service. Trustee Jenkins, I'll talk about you again next time probably. And while you've only been here for a fraction of the time, you will definitely be missed. I've had many differences with Kevin as well. But we've always been able to talk them through, and I've always been grateful for your willingness to check in, to ask questions, and really include diverse voices in your opinion making or your decision making process. So thank you for gracing us with your presence for the last couple of years. I really look forward to working with you in your new role as an Oakland City Council member. And congratulations on that as well. As we say goodbye to trustees Handy and Jenkins, it's my privilege to welcome trustees Quinlan and Johannes. I'm really looking forward to working with both of you. I'm looking forward to your energy, intelligence, and your commitment to Peralta students and the Peralta community. I hope you'll remain open to different voices. I hope you'll use data in your decision-making processes, and I hope you'll stay true to your values and enjoy your time here at Peralta. As the president of the Peralta Federation of Teachers for the last 5.5 years and a 15-year faculty member within the district, I do have a short list of things that I'd like you to really focus on and help collaborate with us on. The first is I ask that you ask questions and really seek out various points of view, including but not limited to the inclusion of shared governance decisions and recommendations. If all of your information comes from a single source or even a single set of sources, then you'll never fully understand any issue. Students, faculty, staff, and community groups all have important perspectives and will only enrich the decisions that you make. Only considering administrative opinions is never going to give you a complete picture. 2, rely on your policies and procedures, but please don't hide behind them. The policies, procedures, laws, and contracts in this district are available to all of us and should facilitate your work, but you can't use them selectively. 3, one of your primary roles is fiduciary. You vote on budgets, and those budgets are going to be a statement of your values. So please always put your values first, and your values should center our students. And 4, another primary role is to hire and provide direction to our chancellor. Please start a search for a permanent chancellor and permanent administrators in our district immediately. We need people who live in our community, who listen to all stakeholders instead of talking at them. And we need people that are selected not only by you, but by all of the stakeholders for all of the stakeholders. And once you hire folks, please hold them accountable for their work and the oversight of other administrative staff. Leaders inspire and uplift those around them. We need strong leadership here in Peralta. We're hungry for it. Please be brave and thoughtful and lead us through the improvement that we know is always right there around the corner. We'll follow you if you show us that we can trust you and that you're here making decisions for us and with us. I want to finally close, this always makes me nervous, in memory of Ron Grant. Sorry. So Ron Grant was a long-term instructor at Merritt College. I met him my first semester, and he always called me babe. Hey, babe, from across campus. He was a wonderful guy. He was out here just a few months ago at our little rally that we did around the district office. He brought his walker out and he joined us, got out of his truck saying, hey, babe. So he'll be missed. I don't know if any of his family or friends are watching, but I'll remember Ron. We've lost so many people recently. And so I hope that we'll consider closing in his memory tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, President Shanotsky. Sasha, who's next on the list, please?
Next, we have Karen Panich.
Thank you. You have to turn the mic on.
Now can you hear this? Okay. Hello, my name is Karen Panich and I'm a part-time ESOL teacher at Laney, and I've been going on 22 years now. I'm also here as a representative of part-time faculty at Peralta. I'm here today to urge you to prioritize negotiations and make use of the new money from the state to improve healthcare for part-time faculty at Peralta as soon as possible. I've spoken many times over the years to the board about the inequities that part-timers face. And to begin, I want to say thank you for working with us to right some very long-term wrongs that have been addressed fairly recently regarding part-timers. As you know, a body that makes up about 70% of the faculty at Peralta. Working together with you last year, part-timers now have pay parity. I'd like to thank you for acknowledging and rectifying the decades-long inequity of having one group of teachers make less than another group for the exact same work. You were able to see the inequity of a teacher with the same credentials, teaching the same classes, receiving the same evaluations, achieving the same successes in the classroom, not being paid equally for their work. The sense of being treated as second class was very real and honestly very hurtful and demoralizing. Part-timers also just very recently now have parity in terms of office hours, and I want to thank the board for working with us on rectifying this blatant and nonsensical inequity as well. But today, I'm here to address another huge inequity that still exists, and that is quality, affordable health care benefits for part-timers. But unlike the previous issues I just discussed, this one is so much easier to address because of a bill recently signed by Governor Newsom. The state of California will now cover 100% of the cost of part-time health care if the employer offers the same benefits to part-timers as full-timers. $200 million annually is being allocated for this. And this is so exciting because it means the faculty and the district both have a reason to get this done now. The district's costs for giving part-timers this life-changing benefit will be zero. You will be reimbursed for 100% of your costs for the 2022-23 year if we can settle this before June. And I don't see how you can pass on that. If we negotiate an MOU now, tomorrow in your, near your next negotiation session, we can implement this by the beginning of the spring, and faculty can start receiving this life-changing benefit as soon as possible, especially in the midst of the winter surge that has begun and the ongoing threat of COVID and RSV. Making sure part-time faculty have access to quality, affordable healthcare will mean so much to me and my colleagues, and will make sure we are able to be there for our students. Districts all over the state are actively negotiating now, and 4 of the largest districts, including San Diego, have just finalized negotiations on this front. Let's follow suit and get this done for Peralta's part-timers and for the district. It's a win-win. Thank you.
And that is all we have for public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we go to 1.17 Chancellor's reports.
Good afternoon, colleagues, Board of Trustees, and welcome to our new trustees. What we usually do, the presidents don't know who I'm going to ask to go first, and I kind of keeps them on their toes. They're always prepared. So we're going to flip it today, and we're going to have Merritt College go first, and then we'll have Laney College, and then we'll have College of Alameda, and last we'll have Berkeley City College. So President Johnson, it's on you.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. I appreciate the pleasant surprise. So first, let me begin by saying welcome to the new board members. I'm very excited for your arrival and look forward to working closely with you. I want to say congratulations, obviously, for the outgoing board members in your service, Linda, Trustee Handy. Well, she's a civilian now, but Trustee Handy, Trustee Jenkins, we're going to get you next time around. I'm going to keep my report very brief. So recently, a group of nearly 36 students from the Merritt microscopy program, and we had a couple of administrators and classified staff and faculty members go too, but we headed to the Zeiss Innovation Center, which is located in Dublin, California. Now, Zeiss is $1 billion microscopy company. I've practiced saying that, microscopy. And for those, the uninitiated, microscopy is a field where they use microscopes to view items that are undetectable to the human eye, right? And so the group toured the imaging facilities. We looked at some of their microscopy and consumer optics areas, and we took meetings with company stakeholders. And the students were asked to talk about their careers, and we met with the president of the company. And as a result, 3 of the students are on the brink of accepting job offers from Zeiss. And that's a credit to not only the students, but the faculty members, in particular, Feather Ives and Giselle Georgie. And the company was so impressed by us, they made a movie. Mine just only 45 seconds, but it's a movie. So Sasha, hit it. Oh, as Sasha is, you don't have to run, Sasha. Sasha was getting a plate. So I'm trying to get a plate. While she's doing that, I want to thank Jennifer Shanowski too for recognizing Ron. He was a long-standing faculty member in real estate department, and he's going to be missed sorely. It's only 45 seconds, but it's good. Oh, there we go. All right. Uh-oh, there's some sound. I promise there was sound. Let's see a couple of our students, and those are our students. See Lowell Bennett, he made a cameo. Yeah. There's a certain president in the far left in the back of that crowd, but yes, I'm just very happy with the Zeiss and very proud of our students. And again, we talk about the power of community colleges to change lives. This is going to quite literally change the material circumstances of 3 people's families. So we're very happy about that. And that concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you, President Johnson.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, President Delphine Polk, members of the governing board, and valued colleagues, students, and community members. I'd like to begin my report this evening by wishing all Laney students the best of success during finals week, in addition to congratulating them on a great semester. I have shared in past board meetings, both general and disaggregated enrollment data with you, but fall has been a time for our college at Laney to rebound and come back stronger than ever. I would especially like to thank our employees, especially those who have been on campus throughout, as well as those who have transitioned back to a face-to-face environment over the past 6 months. The remainder of my report shares student and colleague successes at Laney. Your board report this evening shares some great information about end of semester activities for our growing Umoja and Puente programs, and appreciates the Laney team that just came back from presenting at the statewide Basic Needs Conference. But tonight I would like to highlight two areas of student and employee excellence. First, in addition to congratulating the journalism department and Professor Eleni Gastis, I would like to recognize the following students who this fall semester were awarded and recognized with the Society of Professional Journalists Excellence in Journalism Award. Congratulations to Shiloh Johnson, Ken Lester, Leticia Luna, Derek Sylvester, Pamela Rudd, Luke Wren Piper, and David Rowe for their academic and professional achievement and the recognitions that they have earned. Among student publications in our great state, The Citizen is the second most read online publication. I would also like to congratulate Professors Leslie Blakey, Chelsea Cohen, Scott Godfrey, and Barbara Yasue, who after hours of tireless work have had their online courses peer online course review approved or POCR certified by the statewide California Virtual Campus Online Education Initiative. You may know it as CVC-OEI. This means a couple of great things. Number one, it means that these courses have been basically rated at the highest standard. But number two, with our participation in the online course exchange, which allows students from around the state to see Laney College courses that are available, these classes are pushed to the top of the list in terms of what students see. So it's really a great accomplishment. But a greater accomplishment lies in that moving forward, the CVC-OEI has determined that they no longer need to review our courses when we submit them. They've determined that our local Laney College review process is rigorous enough to go ahead and directly approve online courses in the future. I think this is a great accomplishment, and I certainly would like to thank POCR coordinator Nora Mitchell and distance education coordinators Judy Wong and Lori Allen Requa, because this is truly something to be proud of. Our campus, our students, and our employees have had a successful fall semester. I thank trustees Handy, Bonilla, and Jenkins for their service to Peralta. Appreciate Dr. Jackson for her leadership of our district. Welcome trustees Quinlan and Johannes, and congratulate also trustee Napoli Abella Reese on her reelection, but also thank her for her leadership as president of the board. Finally, I'd like to wish everyone a restful winter break. This concludes my report.
Dear President Delphine Polk, trustee members, Chancellor Jackson, PCCD leadership, and community members. I would like again to thank Linda Handy and Kevin Jenkins for their service to PCCD. I'd like to welcome trustee Johannes and trustee Quinlan, and I'm looking forward to working together. In addition to the report in front of you, I would like to keep it festive and highlight two major celebrations that took place at COA last week. On Wednesday, December 7, COA community members gathered in the Age Building. This is the brand new building to kick off the end of year celebration. Faculty, classified professionals, administrators, and ASCOA leadership team enjoyed spending time together, sharing jokes, and even dancing. I'll be embarrassed to show the dance moves that we all had that day, but I should have produced that video for us. The event, took place in the lobby of the new building, where we got to enjoy the beautiful mural art created by Martin Webb, working with Slate Art Consulting. If you haven't visited the new building, please join us to enjoy this beautiful artwork. COA community members contributed gifts and games for the Alameda Housing Authority children, and we had all 3 big boxes full of games. And we also adopted, in a tradition of COA tradition, in tradition of Adopt a Family campaign, we adopted all 26 EOPS, CARE, CalWorks, Next Up, and Salam student family members. On Saturday, braving that stormy weather, the COA leadership team, in partnership with AUSD Office of Equity, hosted the Journey to Manhood event. 25 7th through 12th grade students participated in this event. Special thanks to Vice President of Student Services, Tina Vasconcelos, Dean of Counseling and Special Program, Shalaman Duke, AUSD partners, Shamar Edwards and Shanti Kroom, and the entire COA team for pulling this event together. Team members that I would like to thank here and highlight for their service and excellent work are Sean Foster, Stephanie Bradshaw, Valerie Carey, President Atay Myers, and Patrice Rankin. Additional thank you to the entire Local 39 team for having the event, beautified, immaculate, and as always, special thanks to Chantel Nathaniel and Lonnie Sampson. On behalf of the COA community, I would like to wish all of you happy holidays. Thank you.
Good evening and congratulations, President Delphine Polk, Chancellor Jackson, trustees, colleagues, and community members. In addition to the written report that's in your board packet for this evening, I do want to highlight a few comments. As you heard earlier already, this is finals week for students, and I had the privilege of sending students a video message earlier today, congratulating them for completing the fall semester and wishing them luck throughout this week. Among some of the favorite stress relief activities were the presence of therapy dogs and 15-minute cookie decorating lessons, lots of coffee and tea and cheer to support students. I'm grateful to the Learning Center, the library, all of our student support services programs for creating this space for students to be able to study. Also eventful and beautiful in the leading up to finals week was the successful art department open house, where students' work included just these exquisite works of art in sculpture, in painting and figure drawing. And I'm most grateful to faculty Jenny Brahman and Carolyn Martin for their work and leadership to bring and showcase students' work again on campus. As fall is free at BCC comes to a close this week, I want to share that BCC has provided over 4,400 students, nearly 400,000 in financial support for enrollment and campus fees, comprehensive student support services, and weekly food distribution. We're excited to continue the support of students in our Spring to Success effort, where BCC is free in spring 2023. With augmented grants up to $700 for students who enroll in a minimum of 6 units at Berkeley City College. So I'd like to encourage prospective and current students to visit berkeleycitycollege.edu/free for additional information. As was mentioned in the classified report yesterday, the classified Senate retreat took place with over 40 classified professionals participating in a full development and retreat day that took place both at BCC and off campus. And the classified leadership team led by Andrea Williams, Dr. Pumi Sayovong, and Gail Pendleton have been actively engaged in the design and implementation of this day. I'm grateful for their leadership as they have been instrumental in ensuring that professional development for classified professionals continues to be on the table and part of our ongoing campus work. Excuse me. I would like to express a thank you and congratulations to Trustee Handy, Julina Bonilla, and Kevin Jenkins for their service and dedication to this Peralta Community College District. And welcome Trustees Quinlan and Johannes. Looking forward to getting to know you and invite you to come visit Berkeley City College so that we can show you what's going on around campus. And I'd also like to just take a moment to congratulate Jennifer Shinosky in her recent election to the Berkeley Unified School District Board. We look forward to partnering in other efforts with our colleague. And in closing, just on behalf of Berkeley City College, I wish all of our Peralta community a joyful, peaceful, and healthy holiday season. I look forward to seeing you all in 2023. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, President. And I'd like to turn it back over to President Delphine Polk.
Thank you very much for all of your reports. Next, we will move to public hearing and action. Item 2.1, consider approval of the Peralta Community College District's initial proposal for collective bargaining agreement with the Peralta Federation of Teachers for a successor agreement for 2022-2025. Dr. McKinley?
Yes, good evening, everyone. And I'd also like to add my congratulations to our new trustees, our outgoing trustees, and our newly elected board.
You have to hit the gavel officially, so.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
so
Yes.
gavel in.
Yeah, gavel in, please. Yeah.
This isn't a public hearing, though.
It's a public hearing, yes, a gavel in for a public hearing in case there's any public comment related to the other item that we are sunshining for negotiation with the PFT.
Where it says public hearing. Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and proceed. Is there any public comment on this matter? I don't see anybody raising their hand in the boardroom. Okay, is there anything else you wanted to add, Dr. McKinley?
If you could please gavel out the public hearing, and then we do need to ask the board to take action and take a vote on this item.
Great. Okay. Gavel out. Let's go ahead and call for a vote.
Motion approved.
Second.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. Thank you, trustee Jenkins. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's move to 3.1, presentations, enrollment report update. Dr. Francisco Herrera.
President,
Go ahead, Dr. Joker.
Delphine Polk, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Gonna take a second.
All good.
I just wanted to say that this is part of our the board goals and the activities to have this enrollment report presented each year. And so we're looking at quick facts that the IR, our institutional research department, has put together in an easy to read format. And we hope to continue to update this data for you on a regular basis.
Thank you, Dr. Joker.
Great. Hello, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, President, faculty, students, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Fall 22 enrollment report. Today, I'll just be discussing these newly created reports that we're hoping, that, as Dr. Drucker was saying, that will be presented each fall and spring semester. These reports were created in partnership with the Office of Institutional Research, as well as each of the colleges. We work closely with the college researchers and receiving feedback from each of the colleges. So we're hoping that these newly designed reports the community will find very helpful. Go ahead and share my screen. So as I begin, a lot of you may be familiar with reports that the Institutional Research Office creates, which is called Quick Facts. This is an example of our most recent one. It gives an overview of a lot of different metrics about the district at the district level, such as head count and different student demographics, as well as a breakdown of student populations and district facts. And so this is our report. It's an annual report that we do, and we've done this report for some time. And while this is very useful, this also covers a full academic year. And so while this is very useful information, we understand that this is data that's more in the rear. And so it doesn't present an opportunity for people to know exactly what the most recent data is, especially, for instance, in the fall semester. So, but we've built on, and also because this report covers student success metrics, obviously for some of these student outcomes, we do need to wait until the end of the year. to be able to get some of this data. So that's kind of the reasoning behind the quick facts report. And part of the quick facts reports here are definitions and data sources that we provide. So adding to this now, what we've gone on to create are these new fall enrollment reports. And building off of the quick facts template, we've kind of been able to show our most recent data for fall 22. This data was pulled at the end of November. So I do want to keep that in mind that some of these numbers have already changed. And here, one of the things we've done different from our usual quick facts reports is we've tried to kind of show increases and decreases from the previous fall. We've done that here with different colors, green for increases, red for decreases. And I do want to state that as this is our first, iteration of this report, we're really looking for feedback to see whether or not, to get feedback on whether these changes are most useful, if there are different metrics that we would like to include. So we've been getting a lot of good feedback, and we want to kind of know if this will work going forward. We've broken this down by, again, some student characteristics, by FTES, as well as different student population counts. We really wanted to focus on metrics that relate to the SCIF. So that's why we try to highlight some of these as such as FTES or low income headcount in this report. So as you can see, I don't want to go over each of the metrics just for time's sake, but you can see these are different data points that we feel would be most useful. We've also included such things here as swirl rates for the district. And so addition to this report as covering the district, we've also broken this down into each college. So you can see here, we've done it for other colleges, for each colleges. And it's, again, broken down by different metrics, such as you can see here, modes of instruction, swirl rates, and again, student population data. And as I go through these, you can see for each college, data is very similar, but different. Here we go. And so we've designed also these reports to be able to, as more of a handout, and can also serve as a flyer to make this more accessible and to be more easily distributed. Again, we would love to get feedback on whether that's very useful or if it should be in different types of formats. And eventually, we're hoping to have this data on the district IR website. And so again, you can see for each college, the numbers are slightly different. On this page, we also have the definitions of where this data is being sourced from, as well as when the data and when the reports were last created. And again, we're looking for feedback. And also, obviously, this data was pulled earlier in the semester, just so that it would be ready for this presentation. But going forward, we might wait until December to pull the data so that we include more final numbers from the semester. And so again, we're hoping to be able to present, like I said, this report every fall, and as well as a companion report every spring, in addition to our annual quick facts report. And thank you. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Colleagues, do we have any questions? Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
Thank you so much for the report. I guess the first question that I have is looking at the numbers, Chancellor, as we think about enrollment management, as we think about building back, what do these numbers tell us? So I see the numbers, I see, demographics, I see sections, et cetera. And as you and your staff strategize and the faculty and staff strategize the path back to strength, what is jumping out at you all from this report?
I would ask that Dr. Herrera identify some. I have some ideas of what it's telling me, but he's the researcher. Also, Dr. Joker has been working with the faculty, staff, as well as the presidents and the vice presidents. And I know she's very close to this data as we've been working with it. And it tells me that we're not doing as good as we could be doing. In general, we can go through each of the matrices and talk about that. But it also explains some of the things that we know anecdotally. It kind of validates that sometimes our students of color are not doing as well as we thought. We've asked for some disaggregated data to look at that specifically. I talked to Dr. Herrera about that. We don't have an easy system for doing that. And then when we really delve down deeply into it, we put in that if you look at the board calendar, what's coming up for review, that we have an enrollment academy, because there's no easy sound bites to give you that says this is this and this is that. It really takes an explanation of how we got there. But overall, we've got to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We've got some ideas. We've got some recommendations. We have some initiatives, have a little bit of money in which to do so, but that money is going to be running out. And you'll see that also as we presented in the past with our budget. And it's not going to be easy. And I think Trustee Handy stated it best when she said, it's going to take all of us. Pointing fingers at one group or another is not going to get us there. We've got to work together and we've got to strategize, and we're also going to have to collaborate more than we've been doing this last year. One of those recommendations is that we start what we did about 8 to 10 years ago, which is having discipline meetings across the district, discipline cluster meetings. We used to do that at Flex Day, and it goes to that back to the future, of things that we know worked. It also reduces competition between the campuses with the faculty, so people aren't territorializing. But there are things that is going to take some collaboration and cooperation to bring forward. So the numbers give you an indicator compared from year after year, but it's going to take more than just the numbers. And I think it's going to take a lot of dialogue. So I know that's not a soundbite that can tell you, but that's the kind of the truth of the matter. We use these as indicators, and then we interpret that based upon feedback. And we haven't had that feedback yet. We've got the numbers, but we haven't had that dialogue at all levels. We've had it at the administrative level, but we haven't gone out and shared this data in the context of with our faculty and with our staff, and come up with some ideas and recommendations of how to move forward. And I would defer, like I said, to Francisco or to Stephanie if they have anything more.
Francisco, I'll let you start first and then I'll close it up.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Drucker. These reports obviously are made to be a snapshot to give a point in reference and definitely for public consumption. So we're hoping that the community at large going to the district IR website is just more available information so that they can look at, make decisions on, and be able to just see sort of the state of Peralta by semester. We also are we have internal reports that we're using internally that, we're using for enrollment management. And obviously those looks at other metrics that are really tied for state funding. So in addition to SCIF metrics, we're also looking at other metrics such as the percentage of students transferring to UCs, to CSUs, as well as certificates being obtained and other student outcome measures that were really tied to state funding. So we are creating those other internal reports along with internal dashboards reports that we're using in order to help with enrollment management.
If I can continue.
Should I just?
No, please.
Okay. So just to finish up with the question you asked before, Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan, to me, it's short-term and long-term. The first thing this tells me is that while we saw a little bit of a bump this fall compared to last fall, we're about 87% of target of what we wanted for our FTES this semester. So that's great, but we also know we're about 2,000 FTES away from our base allocation of 15,524. So we have some long-term issues that we have to deal with as well as we move from this transition. And this is a transition year. One of the issues is this idea of bringing students back on from online to face-to-face. We saw more sections going face-to-face, but there is a transition. Further, we have some long-term strategies that we need to tackle. And like the chancellor said, it's going to take some time. We are trying to get our degree audit implemented so that students don't have to apply to graduate, that they can automatically get awarded, because we know our students don't just a lot of times earn one award. They oftentimes qualify for more than that. And if they don't know it, then they're not getting it. We also need to look at district-wide scheduling. We mentioned swirl. I had an interesting conversation with our colleague, Dr. Garcia, recently about the idea of swirl, that in a way it's used as a negative connotation, but we would argue that swirl is not negative if we're leveraging our colleges that are so close together, where students are going to different colleges for specific things. And so going to one of our colleges is not a bad thing if they're completing and we're leveraging it and we're not duplicating our efforts. So these are some of the long-term strategies that we have to go to. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we do have a long way to go.
If I might.
Go ahead.
So thank you. Here are a few things that jump out at me on this data. One, I really appreciate the idea that this is a preliminary look and that we really need the input of all the players. And so, normally, Donald would be sitting right there and we'd have classified, and getting the really intense feedback from the faculty and the staff on these numbers, I think is really critical. I think as board members, I have no idea I have a rough idea of what this means, but it's really only a teeny partial view. And I think if we're not deeply immersing the faculty and staff in the data, then we're blowing it. So that's one thing. Secondly, I'd frankly like to see a better way of looking at year-over-year data rather than the green and the red. That's not a good enough percentage for me. It's like, yeah, it was an increase. Was it 100% increase or was it 2? I have no idea. And I realize that we're in an era where pre and post COVID, the numbers it's like, they don't make any sense. So, we can look at the pre-COVID and say, well, back in the glory days, which weren't such glory days, we could look at that, but I think we need a better way of looking at the comparative number than those green and red. There's data on section by mode, and I'd like to know a lot more about that, especially in relationship to a legitimate study of student preferences. A lot of times when we're studying student preferences, we're taking samples from students who are here. Well, but what about the students who aren't here? And I think that's a problem. But even with the students who are here, we're often not kind of breaking it down and saying, okay, the students who are online already, this is what they want, et cetera. And then as we look at swirl, I think the online and hybrid offerings have really enhanced our ability for students to swirl, because they don't have to be commuting all over the place. And I think we really need to be paying attention to that data in particular. There used to be a kind of a stigma about online ed, about online learning, and I think we need to be done with that. We're in just a different world now, and I think everybody has adopted to that world, and we're not easily going back. We can say we're bringing it all back, but I think if we don't recognize and accept that reality, we're going to just keep plummeting. And then the last thing that really jumps out at me about this is the gender imbalance. What do you got, a 20-point spread now? There's something wrong here. There's really, really something wrong here that I'm not hearing us talk about. And I think we need to get in and figure that out. Or at least have some theory about it, because if we could just close that gap alone, not by lowering the number of women, but by raising the number of men, we'd be doing pretty well right away. And so I think there's some real lost opportunities there. The other thing is just the persistence rate is pretty bad. And so you hustle to get a student here, and then you lose 40% of them or 50% of them in the next quarter. That's crazy. What are we doing there? So those are just my thoughts. I'm looking for a deeper engagement on this because I know we're all in trouble. And I remember at the last, maybe it was the last board meeting, Donald Moore was just kind of railing about the plummeting, the house is on fire. Donald, I want you right there chiming in deeply on this discussion, not as an after fact, but as a full partner in this process. Because if we don't have that full partnership, we're wasting resource. We need that brilliance. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Cindy, and then, I'm sorry, trustee Napoli Bella-Reese, and then trustee Quinlan.
My comments are more maybe in preparation for the Enrollment Academy or the study session that we're going to have in January, because rather than actually answer these questions now, which I'm not sure if we have the answers to or not, I think the things that stick out for me, or the elements that stick out for me, is that in our public communication, we've had many people talk about the discrepancy between FTEF and FTES and the differing FTEFs. And so I think what I'm hearing Dr. Herrera say is that sometimes the numbers or the understanding, the numbers are a little bit inaccurate depending on when people are pulling them. And is that correct? Am I saying that? Am I hearing that correctly? Okay.
Yes.
So I think part of it is how do we from a macro level, Chancellor, how do we just get people on the same page? And again, not to be answered today, but to really think about how do we move in that direction? Because the infighting that continues to happen and the disagreement over data is, I think, it expends so much energy. And if we can figure out how data can be pulled only at certain times, or data is the same for all people, I think that would really help save the conversations, so that it doesn't go in the direction of pointing fingers, but it goes to the direction of, can we find solutions that help us move forward? So I think that's one part of it. And I say that because even as I look at the student populations and district facts, and I'm looking at the FTES that you have here, Dr. Herrera, and the full-time faculty, like the numbers are there, but and I know FTEF and FTES, but I don't really understand what this means. So I think if we think about how do we frame this and how do we disseminate the information so that people have the same information, I think that would be really helpful. And maybe again, in preparation, I love what you just said, Nikki, because I think the data is there. It's really striking. And would love to kind of get some ideas as to why there's this delta between our females and males, and just kind of, just really poking around with some of the data, and then helping us. We've been talking about this for such a long time, helping us figure out how to move forward. But I think it starts with people having the same information. So like I said, I'm not really looking for answers at this moment. I'm just looking in preparation for our study session. How do we actually achieve what we really need to achieve, which is people having the same conversation over the same data?
Thank you, trustee Napoli Bella-Reese. Trustee Quinlan?
Yes, thank you for this information. And I'm wondering for the Enrollment Academy, since I've never been through one, if it's possible for us to frame some questions asking for certain data around specific issues, or more detailed data than presented here.
Yes, absolutely. We can do that.
And so how would we submit those, through Chancellor?
Yes, usually we had our first Enrollment Academy last year. And we attempted, maybe we need to go back and redo it again, to establish what the definitions were, when we said different things, so that we would be on the same, kind of sheet of music and weren't arguing over definitions. We also tried to indicate that data that's taken out of the BI tool compared to what's at the state level, which has a lag time, is not going to be the same. So let's agree on what data we're going to use so we aren't arguing over that. It seems like we're still doing that even now. And then the last thing was, and this is the part that I alluded to earlier when you asked Trustee Ewing, is we need to look at disaggregate data. I'll give you an example. I went with Trustee Handy to Washington, D.C. We had some of our best and brightest leaders across the districts, young students, and some not so young. And they had an opportunity to talk to me about a lot of different things. What they were telling me and their real life experiences are not reflected in the dialogue of what we hear within the board meeting. I've asked them to come forward to speak that truth, so that we can see from experience what's going on. And one of those things that came out, which isn't reflected in the data, which is why I said we need to look at disaggregated, is how are our students really doing, males, females, different ethnicities, disaggregated in terms of online classes and in terms of face-to-face classes. Because you hear one thing that, yes, students prefer online and we are trying to make them come back. You hear from students that are begging, and I'm telling you literally begging, saying to me, Dr. Jackson or Chancellor, we want to come back because the classes and the quality that we're getting is not the same as when we're face-to-face. So we're kind of in this dichotomy. Let's have those honest discussions, because until we get to that level of honesty, if we're still doing this, which is what Trustee Handy was saying, we're never going to pull ourselves out of this morass. We're always going to be waddling around and throwing mud up on everybody and not really addressing what the true problem is. And it's several things. It's not a soundbite. It really takes that hard, honest discussion and the commitment that we're going to work together to solve it. We haven't got there yet. We just, to be honest with you, it's something I've been trying to do for the last year and a half that I've been here. In addition to all the other stuff that's going on, issues with accreditation, issues with FitNet, issues with auditors, issues with acrimony, issues. But the true issue is if we don't do this year, because in 24-25, the money is going to go away. We're not going to have that buffer anymore. And we're going to get funded at what we're actually generating. It's not going to be pretty. So this is our opportunity in this year, which is my goal and my really reaffirmation to the board, is to work on that. People like you mentioned, Donald Moore, Dr. Moore, he understands, he gets it. Others don't. So we've got to bridge that gap to find that understanding. And that's the first thing, is to start with the data to see where we are, even if it's off by 2%. Let's look at the trend. The trend, whether it's 151 or 147, the trend is it's getting lower. It's not as effective. That's the part and the takeaway that we have to examine. And that's hard to do when we can't sit down and be respectful and understand that we have different opinions. It doesn't mean that we're fighting against each other. So please, if you have specific questions, that's what the Enrollment Academy, we don't have a closed session. We go straight into looking at it, having an honest dialogue is open. Excuse me, I've been told not to keep my hands down. It's hard for me to do that. So I'll put them behind my back. But yes, please, if you have specific questions, we'll try to address that. It's the last time we did it, it was about 4.5 hours. And I'll try to prep you ahead of time by getting information to you so that if you do have specific questions, we can address those. And I think we're making movement, honestly, in our district-wide committees in addressing that, especially in the area of academic affairs and student success.
Trustee Johannes and then trustee Gonzalez.
So I do have a clarifying question, and it's more so regarding Swirl. I do understand that it's very helpful for students who especially are online, that they can just go in between all four online campuses. But it's more so just wondering to make sure, are all four campuses using the same learning management system, and are all four able to have their emails interchangeable so they don't have to switch just to, okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. And like I said, one of the things that we're looking at starting to do, Trustee Johannes, is to have those discipline-wide discussions where we have all ESL faculty get together across the campuses so that we come up with some common strategies that aren't competitive, but are complementary. And we haven't done that. So I just finished a discussion with Ingrid, who is our professional development coordinator. And we're looking at starting to implement that starting with the spring semester. And we'll get that out to individuals, but we think that that's important for us moving forward.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. So as we look at the Enrollment Academy, in addition to really having the full involvement of the shared governance partners, kind of full partners at the table in that deep discussion, one of the questions that really just consistently jumps out at me is that delta between our head count and our FTEs. And, part of that's part-time students, part of that's persistence. So if student goes away, they get checked off as a head count, but then they don't add into the FTEs. And then it begs the question, what is it that's leading to that lack of persistence? And do we really, really understand it? Because it's a big number. But the other thing that we would want to understand is when students are taking class part-time, is that because they really just want one class? Or is it that somehow they are not supported in their lives to be able to do more than one class? Is there something that we as a district can do that would facilitate their success in taking more classes? And so we just see the data, we don't really understand what the data means. And so when I open the question really with, all right, so looking at this data, what does this data tell you? What is your now theory for what we're going to do? And I think we need that theory. We need the theory that then says, based on that theory, here's what we're doing. Then when we come back and we look and we go, all right, we were successful here or we were not successful here, we can then go back and check our theory. But without some rational sense of why we are implementing a plan that we all agree on, then we don't have a way of doing course correction other than coming back and yelling at each other saying, why didn't you do it? Or why didn't you do it? And that's typically what we're doing in this district, is a lot of lack of agreement so that we can collectively move forward. And that takes a deeper level of cooperation. So I'm so excited because I think this board is really committed to that. And I think that this administration is. I know the faculty and staff are. So thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions, colleagues? All right, thank you, Dr. Herrera and Dr. Droker for that presentation. And we look forward to the Enrollment Academy. Next, we'll go to 3.2, Bond Measures Oversight Committee Annual Report for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Thank you, President Delphine Polk. I'd like to bring to the podium our Chair of the Bond Oversight Committee, Ms. Andrea Dawson, And she will be here to speak on behalf of the Bond Oversight Committee. And thank you for hanging in there with us, Andrea. And I'll turn the mic over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chancellor Jackson, and good evening, trustees. I am the chair of the Bond Oversight Committee. It's a citizen committee. It's all citizens that are appointed, and it's a requirement of the state regulation when you pass a bond measure at 55%. So that's the simple version. And we have two tasks really, and that is to review the audits for the previous year and find them either in compliance or not, and report out to the public and you, the trustees and the chancellor, what our findings were. And that's the avenue of reporting to the public. And I'm saying this because it's always been a discussion of how you do report to the general public, and this is the best avenue to do that, and also on the district's website. So with that said, this is the report for the year 2020-21 fiscal year, and it is for measure A and G, and we did find the district in compliance. And rather than go through the report, I hope you've all read the report, and it is posted on the website. But I'd like to just say a few things since we haven't met in person for a few years. And the last time I actually gave the last report here, and I was thinking, gosh, that was, I guess, 3 years ago, was it, Kevin? Trustee Jenkins was on our committee before he was elected to the board. So that's was a privilege to get to know Kevin. Anyway, but I want to say that in my time on the committee and as a committee, our committee has become very cohesive in the last year, and I accredit that to the staff and being really transparent under the leadership of Chancellor Jackson and Etheria Smith, the interim chancellor of facilities, and Mark Johnson. So we have gotten really reports from on a regular basis, and we've gotten several new members that are committed to the committee. So we've really managed to get a quorum at almost every month, which is really a good thing. And so, and I think that's really a testimony to the district and the direction they're moving, because our reports that are coming through the district and the consultant, which is AECOM, have really, it shows that the district is really working hard to put the taxpayers' money to good use on, and with parity across the facilities, all of the community colleges in Peralta. It's a difficult task, given that what we've been through, COVID, and and I could go into building and supply chains and getting labor, and so it's what I really say is it's really commend the district for that, and getting a project done, and that's the Alameda County. County, the College of Alameda's college. New Center of Liberal Arts, and I actually walked around that building, and in that building a couple months ago, when I was over in Alameda, I thought I'm going to just look at this building, because one of the things that we haven't been able to do is visit sites and get an in-person site visit, which is also in the charge of the regulation, that's one of the things that we can do. But given COVID, obviously that has not been something that has happened, and I hope it happens next year. So once again, we found the district in compliance, And I think we're the district in all the years, I'm a 37-year resident of Oakland, and I have been, I will say I've been the chair at, of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee off and on at Oakland Unified School District for 8 years. And I work as a senior manager in facilities at San Francisco Unified School District. So I think I know the business a little bit, so I can see you're going in the right direction. And it's really, really nice to see good transparency, good communication, and really a dedication to the district and the students at putting the money where the taxpayers intended it to go. So with that, I'll say thank you. And are there questions?
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for your dedication. It's not an easy board to be on. Yeah. It's not an easy board to be on. You have a lot of different personalities on there, and you've been committed from day one, and this is a not paid role. So I just want to applaud you for coming here year after year and giving us a status update about what's going on. So I just want to uplift you for the work that you do.
Well, thank you. Thank you. So any other questions or comments?
Go ahead, trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Ms. Dawson, just one other comment too. I said this once in the virtual space, but now that we're here in person, I have to tell you that, again, this will be familiar to you. Before Chancellor came on board, I think 2000 and actually around 2018, 2019, it was hard to actually find minutes and committee meetings and agendas and all of that. There were barely any, and you had to search. And if you did search for them, there were maybe 2 per year. And there are 7 from this year, 7 from last year. It's so wonderful to be this transparent, have this much documentation. And I was very excited when I saw your application. I've already said this to you in the past, and I'm just really, we are glad you are here taking care of ensuring that we are spending our bond monies well. Thank you.
Yeah, and well, as I said, it's really a credit in the last year also to the district staff, because there's 2 new members of the committee and they're very committed. And so we have a really cohesive committee. And so I see it staying that way for, you know, in the future. And so.
Madam President.
Go ahead, trustee Jenkins.
So I don't know if this question is for the board oversight chair or for the district. How have we been recruiting and getting better board members that are actually attending? Like, what's the mechanism behind that?
I keep my hand down. Hard work. I've been in this district, lived in this district since 2004 until 2020 when COVID hit. And I called on people that I knew, and I arm twisted people that I knew were committed, people that lived in this district, and people that I knew would be, as Andrea said, willing to do the non-paid volunteer work. And they have done that because they believe in us. Honestly, they believe in us and they believe in our students, and they see that we're turning the tide, so to speak. And they were willing to step up. But recommendations from individuals around this table, personal recommendations, reaching out. We still have, I think, 2 vacancies, or is it 1? We have one vacancy, and we're looking for that, and we want a student. Isn't it a student? That's what. So if you,
it is a student.
Yeah, please. Everything else we've got. We just need a student to be a part of it, and then we'll be fully boarded. I guess I don't know the term. Fully full. Our board will be full.
Yeah, you will have no vacancies.
No
on
vacancies.
The committee.
The committee will be full. Yes.
Yeah.
So that really is it, is seeking and recruiting individuals that we know would be committed to put in their time and their energy. Has really been the case and shown with the meetings, and discussion has been civil. And even though we have differences of opinion, we've still been able to move forward. And I think that's a testament to Andrea. I really appreciate her hard work.
Yeah, and I want to say one more thing about it that I forgot to mention. There was really a struggle around getting our website or our part of the district's how do I explain it even? But basically, we're an independent citizens oversight committee. And so, but the way you would find us is to go to the Peralta website. And so, but you should be able to type in the bond oversight committee for Peralta Colleges, and it should take you directly to a link to our page, web page within the district. And that wasn't happening, but hard work from Mark Johnson and other staff has made that happen. So now anyone from that just would be a taxpayer that wouldn't even know how to get on, but they would want to know where Peralta is spending their bond measure tax dollars. When they see it on their tax statement, they can push the button now and go directly to a link. And that was really a lot of work. So like, once again, I just commend the staff for their commitment to really making our committee what to some on the committee felt like is their work more meaningful because it could be reported out. So thanks again. So
Thank you, Andrea.
yeah, and I will say happy holidays and take care and be safe.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you so much. Okay. On to 3.3, 2021-2022 Annual District Audit Report. Dr. Jones, I believe you're joining virtually.
No,
Oh, it's right here. Oh,
right
I was like,
here.
I'm looking on the screen because it looks like a virtual screen behind you. Yes, Dr. Jones.
I'm in
He
two
is here with us.
places at one time. So,
I know, because I saw it on there.
so
Thank
first
you.
of all, thank you very much. First of all, congratulations, President Delphine Polk. I would also like to welcome our new trustees. It's my pleasure to be with you, and I look forward to working with you. I congratulate you, Cindy, on your re-election, and congratulations to you, Kevin, on your election to the council. We'll be sorry to see you go, but I'm sure you will continue to do wonderful work within the community. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Ben Levy, who is with CWDL, who is going to provide you with an overview of our financial reports for fiscal year 21-22, as well as financial and performance audits for our measure A and G, as well as measure B and E. So remember, financial audit and performance audits for the bonds. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the mic over to Ben Levy. Ben, you're up, sir.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Jones. Chancellor Jackson, members of the board, members of the community. It's my pleasure to be able to represent our firm CWDL and speak to the results of the fiscal 22 audits. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. I've got a high-level presentation teed up. All right, and if you could just confirm for me real quick that you're seeing that cover slide of the audit presentation?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So a handful of points that I wanted to be able to speak to the full board. I'll go through at a fairly high level. I just want to encourage all members of the board, don't hesitate to stop me at any point if there's anything you'd like to dive deeper into. I've also got all of the audit reports on deck and can easily pull them up if there's anything we'd like to look at in the documents themselves. And with that, I'll jump right in. So first and foremost, just want to kick the presentation off by sharing our appreciation and excitement to be working with the district. This is our first audit year to be engaged with Peralta. It was a tremendous experience, huge amount of credit to the entire administrative team for supporting us in the course of the audit. As you might know, the last couple years have been extension years granted by the Chancellor's Office in light of the massive imposition caused by the pandemic. And this fiscal 22 is the first year where things kind of snapped back to the traditional timeline. Nonetheless, many of your peers have been asking for extensions, and Peralta did not require one. So we are here not only on track to timely submit the audits to the Chancellor's Office by the required December 31st cutoff, but also so timely that we're able to bring this to the December board, which is truly outstanding and extremely reflective of a lot of hard work on part of district management, particularly over fiscal, over student financial aid, and over admissions and records. So I just want to extend our appreciation. Particularly, there's countless people that were involved in this process on the district side, but to Dr. Jones for really leading the entire fiscal team, for Adil for really being in the trenches and working with us through the details, Momo for being a tremendous liaison throughout the entire process, Dr. Joker and Ken Lira for being incredible contacts on both the A&R side, over state compliance, many sections related to that, and for Ken being over student financial aid. So tremendous amount of appreciation from our team to yours for making us feel so welcome in this first audit year and really enabling us to get to this point where we can present these deliverables in a timely manner. And so getting into just real quickly at a high level, our team, not to belabor the point, just to let you know, our firm works with over a third of the system. All of our staff from the very most junior roles have a minimum of 3 to 4 years of community college district audit experience in the state of California. Myself and John and Dennis are all coming up on around 15 years of California CCD audit experience. Stephen and Kyle, some of our main managers on the team, have 12 and I believe 10 years respectively. This is really our niche, something that we take extremely seriously in working with districts throughout the state. The audit requirement primarily is coming from Ed Code. It's also enshrined in Board Policy and Administrative Procedure 6400 in the district's BPs and APs. And when we look at the audits that were conducted for fiscal 22, we're really looking at a lot of different points of scope. So there's, of course, the audit of the district itself, which in of itself, in that large document, contains 4 separate audit reports. Our independent auditors report, where we opine on the fairness of presentation of the overall district financials. We've got the Yellow Book opinion, where we speak to our testing over internal controls and controls over compliance. And then finally, the federal and the state compliance audit opinions. Within the bond program, the measures A and G audits required both financial and performance audits. And within those, we have an independent auditor's report, a Yellow Book report, and a performance report, where kind of unique within our profession, we take a really singular and tunneled look without respect to materiality at whether any dollars were spent outside of the provisions of the ballot language. And then finally, for the parcel tax audits, for measures B and measure E, we have financial and performance audits that are applicable to those scopes as well. And so all of those reports, which I believe are in front of you tonight, I am able to pull up, so don't hesitate. If there's any questions related to any of those documents, I've had the chance to go through those audits in detail with the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as with the Executive Cabinet, countless meetings with Fiscal, and I'd be happy to explore any items in detail from those documents tonight. And so getting into the results of the audit, one of the most popular sections in these presentations tends to be focusing on findings and question costs. And I think that the theme for fiscal 22 that comes across is that there's just been a world of improvement, just a huge sea change coming out of fiscal 21 and going into fiscal 22, where you'll note that in the prior year, there were 10 significant deficiencies that were brought up in that audit. In the current year, we have 4. So we note findings 2022 1 through 4, Number one being the lone finding over essentially fiscal controls and general financial statement controls. And numbers 2 through 4 being related to federal. And so with that, I'm going to dive into each one in a bit more detail just to give some clarity as to what we saw in the course of the audit. One thing to note maybe before jumping into that, finding 2022-001 pertains to both the district and the bond audits, whereas findings 2022 2 through 4 pertain only to the district audit. There were no findings noted with respect to the parcel tax audits. And so finding 2022-001 over expenditures pertains to isolated concerns that arose from our disbursement testing over the district expenditure controls. And so essentially what we identified were respectively one instance out of 85 selections tested of 3 different concerns. So first and foremost was the concern of pre-approval. There was one lone exception where we noted that there was not properly documented, formally documented pre-approval. There was a separate lone exception where an item was not properly coded as to fiscal year cutoff. And then finally, there was one lone exception from our sample that related to bond performance compliance, essentially one item where, and it was a minor dollar amount, but for the performance report, that testing does take place without respect to materiality. We noted a charge to the bond program that was not eligible for the bond per the ballot language. And so based upon this testing, even though these are isolated incidences, we do believe that it rises to the level of a significant deficiency, which is the lower of the 2 categories of findings, the more significant one, somewhat confusingly being called a material weakness. So a significant deficiency, the lower of the 2. We do believe that this qualifies for that presentation, and as a result, we bring it to your attention tonight. But having said that, we do note these as isolated items, and in speaking with management, we believe that management has a very strong understanding of the concerns that we're bringing to their attention. From the standpoint of the bond performance coding, that was a minor item, like I mentioned, less than $2,000 that was miscoded out of many millions that were ultimately charged to the bond. Nonetheless, management immediately let us know that they would be reimbursing the program out of unrestricted funds to be able to cover that minor compliance point and be able to fully bring the bond into compliance. And to the other points, just in speaking with management, we do believe that fiscal management understands and is well on the way to a corrective action going into fiscal 23. And so it's something that we'll be, along with all of these noted comments, keeping a close eye on going into the next year. And we will be reporting back based upon our findings in fiscal 23. And so moving past that comment into number 2, the first of 3 over federal awards, this one, along with the other 2 being a prior year comment, you can see that highlight at the bottom, prior year finding as 2021-004. Essentially, what happened here, somewhat frustratingly, is that Ken Lira over district-wide student financial aid and the director positions at these 2 colleges in particular, Berkeley City and Merritt, were really put into place. Ken was able to get those positions filled and some really solid individuals in those roles very shortly after cutoff. So all of our testing pertains to the year ended June 30, 22. And what we noted was at that cutoff point, there were still concerns noted by the prior auditors at both colleges, namely pertaining to review processes over some aspects of student financial aid, as well as reconciliations that also are required to be conducted through the student financial aid department. And so while we were out for testing, this was essentially already rectified, but nonetheless, that occurred shortly after the cutoff date. And as a result, we are required to bring this up as a significant deficiency for the year ended June 30, 2022. But based upon what we've seen we have every confidence that when we perform this testing related to fiscal 23, we will be able to note that it has been fully corrected and implemented for that next year. Finding 2022-003 over NSLDS is similarly a repeat finding from the prior year. This one is also a bit frustrating, as based upon the results of our sample, there was one lone exception. And in looking at it very closely and working with both admissions and records and student financial aid, it became fairly apparent that it really is more of a system problem at the federal level that's migrating data input by admissions and records into the federal clearinghouse and then pushing or transferring those records into NSLDS, which is ultimately used by the financial aid department to be able to provide student awards through that funding source. And so essentially the corrective action here is really for the district to reach out to the federal clearinghouse and work with them to determine really what went wrong on their end, which is a frustrating thing to have to assign to the district. But nonetheless, it does need to roll up into this report based upon our understanding of single audit requirements that kind of fall around this scope of testing. So we do bring it to your attention as a significant deficiency, one that we believe the district has a very strong chance at resolving upon having those conversations with the federal clearinghouse. And then finally, last but not least, finding 2022-004 pertaining to outstanding student refund checks, prior finding carrying forward as 2021-006. This kind of breaks into two main categories. So refund checks occur when funds are distributed to students, but they are not cashed by those students. And essentially the funds are sent back to or remitted back to the financial aid office. And so there's two kind of timelines where for the first 45 days after disbursement, it's incumbent upon student financial aid to follow up with the students and try to work with them to resolve any issues preventing them from being able to take advantage of those monies. And then following those 45 days, between that period and 240 days from the date of the initial disbursement of the funds, the financial aid department is required to remit them back to the Federal Department of Education. And what we noted was essentially a breakdown in that process, similar to what had been noted in the prior year, where 10 out of the 25 refund checks in our sample had not yet been returned back to Department of Ed, and 8 of the 10 had aged past that requirement. So essentially our recommendation is for financial aid to work a bit closer with the students that are receiving disbursements to identify any issues with those transmissions of funds, and then failing the ability to get those funds into student accounts to ensure that they are more timely remitted back to Department of Ed. And in speaking with student financial aid, we believe they have a strong understanding of this concern. And based upon the leadership that we saw, both from Ken Lira and from the directors at the colleges, we've got a high degree of confidence that this will similarly be resolved in fiscal 23. Nonetheless, all items that we're going to be taking a very close look at going into the next fiscal year. And so moving past the comments noted during fiscal 22, I wanted to just take a moment to identify all of the items that were properly corrected coming out of fiscal 21. And there are 7. There is the finding over the closing process pertaining to district fiscal controls, and then 6 federal comments, special tests and provisions, COD reporting, GLBA, which is always a significant item pertaining to information security, particularly over those student personally identifiable information accounts maintained by student financial aid. The R2T4 comment was resolved, as well as the final 3 findings 8, 9, and 10 from the prior year, all pertained to the federal HERF program. In working with over a third of the system, HERF has been a tremendous source of opportunity to the districts. It's also carried with it a massive amount of compliance headaches. There have been tremendous numbers of updates to the frequently asked questions. There's fairly conflicting and contradictory sections within the law itself. It's an area where many of the districts, many of your peers have had tremendous difficulties. One in particular that we're working with right now to help them resolve an issue is dealing with a finding over $8 million coming out of their prior year's audit. And that is not a fun situation to be in. It's taking a tremendous amount of administrative time to work with Department of Ed on that. So it's tremendous that in the fiscal 22 year, based upon the results of our testing over HERF, we're able to reflect all three of those prior comments as fully implemented or resolved in fiscal 22. And so going to kind of an overview of the audit results, first and foremost, we're able to render an unmodified opinion over all of the reports for fiscal 22. So the district, the bonds, and the parcel taxes. An unmodified opinion is the highest quality opinion that an auditor can render, and is to say, in effect, based upon the results of our testing, of our procedures, these financials can be relied upon by the governing board, by the district, and all of the district stakeholders. Another item of note, we noted 0 state compliance findings during fiscal 22. State compliance, largely something that's driven by the Chancellor's Office CDAM manual or Contracted District Audit Manual. There are very nuanced procedures and a long list of them that are required for testing. Our interpretation of compliance, both state and federal, is black and white. If there is any even minor deviation, it is required, based on our interpretation, to bring that to the board's attention in the form of a significant deficiency, or in a case of a really critical finding, a material weakness. It's exemplary to have 0 state compliance findings for a year. It's not something many of the districts are able to say. And finally, 4 findings, as we covered, noted during the year, including 3 that were repeats from fiscal 22, and 7 comments from the prior year that were noted as corrected or implemented during fiscal 22. And with that, I know that was covered at quite a high level. I want to open for any questions any member of the board may have on any aspect of our procedures or any of the reports as presented and completed for fiscal 22.
Colleagues, do you have any questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Of course.
Trustee Reese, go ahead.
Hi, Ben. First of all, I have to say thank you. Thank you for all the meetings that we've had. Thank you so much for just being so thorough, so comprehensive, and really helping this district succeed in all the areas where it needed to succeed. A couple of questions.
Definitely.
Well, maybe the first, I just want to give just an applause to this administration and finance for the 7 previous findings that were fixed. Like, that's huge. So let's please praise and applaud this finance department, because that's fantastic. Second, I've asked these 2 questions to you before, and I was talking to the chancellor, and I'm gonna ask it again, because I think it's important for us to maybe talk this out and hear some of your recommendations. One is regarding the finding number 1, the internal controls and the approval processes for bonds and such and so forth. So it's wonderful to hear that it was only 1 out of 85. That's really great. But I guess the question that I have for you is, again, as a board, what could we implement in your opinion? What could we implement that allows the board to be able to know that we have good processes as it relates to our bond expenditures? So that's the first question. And then after you answer that, then I'll go to the second question.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that there's a lot of different ways to look at that. I think that, one aspect that we've seen is really positive is the individuals that have recently come into a number of significant roles, from our perspective, are taking those roles extremely seriously. It's been a pleasure working with Dr. Jones. From our conversations with Chancellor Jackson, she's made it clear that the tone from the top is zero tolerance for deviation. This is not a district that wants to suffer repeat findings, and that's music to our ears, because frankly, there's a lot of districts that unfortunately can be a touch lax with resolving items from the past. So I really love to hear the perspective that even when something is as isolated as one item noted, both from the chancellor as well as from the trustees, that's seen as unacceptable. I think that's the first step, just to have that culture. The second step, I would say, is starting to kind of dive into the details. So really understanding, what was it that caused this loan exception? I can speak to it maybe in a little bit more detail, just to say that, fortunately, it was a very low risk vendor. It was a legal expense and a contract that was essentially just being renewed. The exception that we noted there with the pre-approval was simply that it had not been formally documented as to pre-approval, but VC Smith had a really good understanding of it, and there was very strong basis for it to be reasonable and for it to have been kind of established as part of what had been budgeted and obligated for. It was kind of a fine point that we do ultimately look to that bedrock of documentation, and our recommendation there was just to ensure that that contract, as with all others, should have that rock solid documentation and audit trail supporting it. And VC Smith, was right on board with that, as was Dr. Jones and all the administrators that we spoke with. So I think that some form of internal process to perhaps perform some internal audit and review items like that in kind of a broad way, even on just a sample basis, would be a great step. It's also an area where we're more than happy to be a part of those conversations, but I think gaining an understanding for any exception that comes up from the audit, and really diving into the weeds as to what caused that to be an exception, and then kind of working backwards and understanding who are the players and what are the processes and what aspects could be done differently to ensure a better result in that next time around. But I would say kind of from that first point, the culture point, we've got a really positive impression from this first year working with the district, and pretty strong degree of confidence that all of these comments that we've noted in this audit year are already on their way toward correction and resolution.
Great. That's really wonderful to hear. And thank you for the detail in that, because that makes me feel much better about that one particular exception out of the 85. And the second question is, auditors, you come in once in the year and then you leave, and then we're kind of on our merry way. And a lot can happen in that year. So my question would be, and again, I've asked this to you, but now I'm asking it in this forum. We want to continue on the path that we are on, and we want to better our processes. But when we have a whole year on our own, sometimes we may miss things, or we may deviate. So is there a way that we could, or have other districts done this, where we could work with a firm, whether it's yours or another firm, to kind of help us out mid-year, so that it's not just once a year and then done, and then the next year and done? So what are your thoughts on that? Have other districts done that? And what are your recommendations? Is it a good practice?
Absolutely. From our perspective, the more communication, the more interaction, the better. I really appreciate the opportunity to have been able to speak with you and President Polk on a handful of different occasions. And I think that, in communicating directly with members of the board, and also having regular and ready access to, members of top management, is a huge step. And I would say you're exactly right. The audit is, I think I mentioned, in our prior conversation, kind of a staccato process where we're very much there and then we're completely gone, during interim fieldwork, during year-end fieldwork, and then, we kind of leave you be. And a lot of districts might appreciate that, because the audit isn't always a bunch of fun. But having said that, those clients that we work with where we do have the opportunity to be a part of conversations throughout the year, whether that's in a consulting capacity or a training capacity, it does give us that much more perspective, and it really enables us to tailor, additional procedures to areas where perhaps they're the most needed. So for instance, we talk about, disbursements and controls over expenditures, particularly relating to the bond programs. And that's an area where absolutely, there's room for, additional, kind of steps and conversations and sampling to be conducted. And one neat thing with being, kind of more active throughout the year is we're able to provide more regular feedback. So a presentation like this, speaking to final deliverables at the very, conclusion of the audit year, is, an important data point, but it is already, quite antiquated. We're reporting on a year that was ended, back in the end of June. And so having that regular interaction, and perhaps that could look like a number of different things. That could look like attendance at more budget and finance committee meetings. If there was to say be an audit committee that was formed, that would be a forum where we could attend and provide more regular updates alongside district management as to what we're finding in a variety of areas that could be both board directed and management directed. But a lot of opportunity there for really being able to zero in and provide that additional detail over any areas of concern, whether they be identified from the regular external audit, whether they be identified from, say, a group of community members or district staff that brought to your attention where you'd like to be able to zero in a little bit more comprehensively. Definitely a lot of opportunity to be able to perform that.
President Reese, thank you, Ben, for that. We did have a discussion, Dr. Jones and I, regarding that when we had our board review, agenda review. Take my hands off the microphone.
Trustee Gonzalez, Yuan? Wait,
And
Oh,
I
go ahead,
just,
Chancellor,
I
I'm sorry.
just wanted to really address what we have planned so that you know that we take the recommendations very seriously, and like we said, it's zero tolerance. But I think when we were discussing this, if you'd like to talk about that a little bit, Dr. Jones, because we do have a plan and we want you to know what that plan is, since we want to reassure you that it isn't going to be something that's going to come up next year. So Dr. Jones, you want to talk about our discussion?
Certainly, Chancellor. Thanks for the question again, Trustee Reese. As I mentioned before, this is a particular area in which our internal audit helps to facilitate and ensure compliance and meaningfully addressing these audit findings. So here's what we do. We identify, we get the information in terms of the audit finding. We document that and we track it. What we do then is to work with the units that were involved, find out what the primary approximate root cause of the issue or issues were, and we work with the managers to develop a management corrective action plan. With the management corrective action plan, the managers have the opportunity to indicate a timeline in which the remedy should be implemented. And the internal auditors tracks that, and we will be making periodic reports to the Chancellor's Cabinet on the status of the development of the management corrective action plan and the implementation. And we can also make reports to the board finance committee of the same. And so that's the strategy that we are planning to use going forward. Additionally, when and where we find we need or is highly advisable to get additional consultation from our external auditors, we have the ability to augment our internal audit staff by contracting and acquiring additional consultation hours from our external auditors. So we are working hand in glove with our internal folks with our external auditors. And we just had a recent example of that. We had a question that came forward. Dr. Joker and I chatted about that with the college president. We forwarded the question to our external auditor. They reviewed things, provided us with feedback, and now we're moving forward. Very, very thoughtful, very, very judicious way of handling things to ensure a high degree of compliance. Thank you.
Go ahead, trustee.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've got a couple just sort of background questions. First of all, how many years has your firm worked with our district on audits?
This is our very first
Just the
year.
first year. Okay,
is, yeah.
great. I missed that. And then on the 4 findings that you've got, where there are 3 repeat findings on a 1 to 10 scale. So treat me like a layperson who doesn't understand audits, okay? As a board member, you're reporting to us and saying, here, pay attention to these things. And so on a 1 to 10 scale, if you were a board member hearing this report where 10 is like, you're in really big trouble, and 1 is like, yeah, pay attention to this, but this is cool. We're under control. What number are you going to put on that? Just in lay terms, and I'm not holding to anything scientific. I'm just trying to understand what is the level of concern I should have as a board member seeing 3 repeats, notwithstanding the 7 corrections, and then this other one.
It's a totally fair question. I would say if a 10 being the highest risk, the highest concern would be, maybe along the lines of, say, a multi-million-dollar HERF finding or some other type of material weakness over federal where there was perhaps a scope limitation. The highest significant, the finding of highest significance out of the 3 repeats would be the final one over the outstanding student refund checks, just because the other 2, by contrast, are, for the first one, virtually resolved as of the point of testing. So that finding number 2 pertaining to internal controls over financial aid was an item where, had the fiscal year of the district been, say, September 30th rather than June 30th, that would have been reflected as implemented as of this period. But based upon the cutoff, there had been a concern as of June 30 in both of those areas, triggering that comment. But that's something that the reason I would class it as such a low level, probably in the 1 to maybe 2 range, would be that it's already effectively resolved. And going into fiscal 23 or going into the audit portion of fiscal 23, it would be surprising if that status changes, just based on the individuals that are now in place as financial aid directors at both of those kind of respective colleges. The second item, finding number 3 over NSLDS, I would put that in a similar category, just because that one, maybe even more frustrating than the first, is not really related to district controls. So that's an item where, out of the 25 selections that we made, one of them we noted, even though the information was properly coded by admissions and records into the federal clearinghouse, from there, the federal clearinghouse, for some inexplicable reason, at least through to this point, was not pushing that information as it did for all of our other selections into a separate system known as NSLDS, where that information could be gathered and utilized by financial aid. It doesn't actually pertain to something that the district has any direct control over. So it's a strange finding. There's not many areas where we would even assign a finding, in a situation where the district doesn't have control, but ultimately in the check required by NSLDS testing, where we look to see, are there any discrepancies between clearinghouse and NSLDS for purposes of kind of that transfer of information from A&R all the way over to the financial aid side of the house. We did see that difference and we do note it, but Based upon kind of the nature of it, when you take a closer look, I would also put that in probably that 1 to 2 range. The third finding, as a repeat, finding number 4, that I would say would be more moderate. I would say that would be, probably along the range of, call it a 5. It's certainly not a material weakness. It's certainly not something that has a very significant question cost. I believe the question cost is in the range of $7,000 or so, which is, fairly de minimis, for a district of this size. But what I would say there is it kind of speaks more squarely to an item that did effectively fall through the cracks from the prior year, and something that, based upon the time when we were out and testing, was a concern. We do feel that you have an extremely strong individual over financial aid in the form of Ken Lira. He's one of the finest professionals in that category that our firm has had the chance to work with. Incredibly responsive, incredibly bright, and attentive to detail. I think that is an area where he's putting a lot of energy and focus to ensure resolution and full implementation by June 30, 2023. But that would be, if I was a member on the board, probably one of the areas where I would want to focus some attention into seeing that is being remedied and the district's making that progress as we go toward this next audit period. That's how I would classify those relating to the repeat, because you're exactly right. Any comment rolling from the prior year to the current year definitely raises a red flag. And so at that point, it is important to kind of sort through that and understand why exactly that's happening. So do you feel that answers the question?
That is, and how many years will your firm be auditing our district?
You know what? I have to double check the contract. I believe it's 3 years with the optional extension at the pleasure of the board and the district for an additional 2, I believe.
All right.
I'd have to double check that. That's kind of the standard initial contract length.
I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Trustee, it's a 3-year with the option of additional 2.
So just to put this in context for people who, haven't followed this, we have had findings that were like in the 10 in my time on this board. We had a period where we lost track of $10 million inexplicably. It was disastrous. We could not trust the administrative staff at that time, and it really led the board to have deep concerns, which then led to a transition in the administration appropriately, but it was not a fun fight. It was a mess. So these findings are much more reassuring. We've had accounting firms that have been with us for, like a decade, where like some board members were screaming, we need to change auditing firms because this isn't a good practice to have the same firm coming back over and over and over and over again. So bringing in fresh blood, fresh eyes to really kind of hold our feet to the fire, I think is really, or work with us in partnership, I think is maybe a better metaphor, is really important. And I guess I want to come back to Trustee Reese's initial question to you, which, you gave your stab at it. And I think that really it's for the board to be thinking, what is it that we need to be doing in our role as board members so that we get 100% clean audits? And that's the expectation, knowing that, all right, mistakes will be made, et cetera. But if our standard is 100% clean, no repeat findings, et cetera, what is it that we colleagues need to be doing to set that expectation and then make it happen? Because we can't go in and audit the books or track the ledgers, et cetera. That's not our job. So, Cindy, I think you had the right question. I think that's our work for us. I'm excited as a new board to be able to do that. And thank you very much for the report.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Congratulations to the administration of getting us from a 10 to more like 2s, and then let's get to 0. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions, colleagues? Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you very
Thank you.
much to the administration as well and everybody who was part of this process to get us to this place.
Is this an action item? And can I just make
Yeah,
another comment to
go
our
ahead.
administration? Thank you, Ben. This is amazing. I know that Mr. Perfectionist here wants us to get to 0. And yes, we ought to. I just do not want us to lose the fact that this is really amazing work. I mean, this is the best audit I've seen since I've been here. But not only that, before I came on the board, I researched the 10 audits beforehand for the past decade. This is amazing work. So thank you all. Thank you all for all that you've done. Let's continue forward, everybody. Yeah, and all of the people in your finance department. Let's continue on with this work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Quinlan?
The question I have as a new trustee, is there any training available that we can better understand the audit process and what we should be looking for as trustees with the audit and from our finance reports?
You just did that. One of the things that we're trying to do, this is the first time since I've been here, where we've had 2 new trustees, and then with Trustee Jenkins rotating off the board, we'll have a 3rd. And so I was going to report this as part of my operational update related to the board goals, is that we have a retreat. I've already reached out to Chancellor Emeritus Helen Benjamin, who's been conducting our training for the last 2 years, to identify a date. And I'm going to pose that to you to look at your calendars. She is available during a certain period of time. And that's how we create the retreat information, is what are the things that you would like? I believe that Trustee Ewan brought that up in the past, that he'd like to understand it a little bit better. So that is on the agenda for part of our retreat, our upcoming retreat. Once we put in the 3rd new trustee, the appointment that the board will be making 60 days from the date of Trustee Jenkins's resignation. So 60 days from January the 9th, we need to have another individual appointed to the board. And we had discussed this during the period when Trustee Bonilla had resigned. So we have all the documentation, because we had gathered it previously in terms of what the timelines, recommended timelines, which we'll bring back to the board at January's meeting, and some recommendations probably before that to establish. But yes, what you just did right now, Trustee Quinlan, is we gather that information and then we discuss it right after this meeting and assign deadlines and who's going to follow up on it. And then we cross it out when it's done. And so that will be added to the agenda to get some additional training on that. And it may be even more than what you want at the retreat, and we can have a special meeting with individual trustees. And we've done that also. So at your privilege, how you'd like to do it. If the board would like to have it on the agenda for everyone, or if it should be something that's just for the new trustees, and we focus in detail on that. We could do either way. We're flexible. So we got it.
Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Okay, seeing none, thank you again for your work. This is very exciting news for us. Okay, let's go ahead and move to 5.1, approval of all consent items. I'm sorry, 4.1, informational items. I jumped ahead. First reading of certain board policies, that would be Chancellor Jackson.
Just for the new board members, what we do is we have 2 readings of the board policies. Administrative procedures are informational. It doesn't require board approval. This is the first reading. It's gone through a process. The process involves working with, I think it's AP 2410 outlines the process. But anyone can submit a request. Once that request, it goes to Dr. Joseph Belinsky, who's been our facilitator for years. He reviews it. He brings in updates from the not state chancellors, but the Community College League of California. We have a subscription with them, and all of the items that you see have come from recommendations from CCLC. So they've already been vetted at the state level, and because we have the subscription, we bring those forward. It goes through the process of going to our PGC, our participatory governance body, which is made up of the highest level of individuals, the presidents, myself, faculty members appointed by district academic senate members. They look at them and then they come to the board for 2 reviews, first review, and then a second is really adoption unless there's a problem. So this is just the first review in that process.
Trustee Quinlan?
So yes, I had a question, just looking at some of these, for example, the environmental sustainability one. The last date on here is revised December 11th, 2007. And what I couldn't quite understand is whether the new language, this is new language we're reviewing here, or if this is the 2007 document.
So I'll address a little bit and turn it over to Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing. What happened is when we made the transition and the renumbering of the APs and BPs, for some reason, that particular item was missed. And because it was not renumbered, it was never put on the web page. So when we reviewed and rolled over from the old web page to the new web page, it was not there. This last year, the board adopted as part of its goals and its mission, we looked at our mission and our values. We found that that was not there. Trustee Ewan did some research and I'll turn it over to him and he can kind of bring it up to date because we've had some discussions back and forth with members that are part of the sustainability committee out of Merritt College, I believe. So Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing, you want to take it from there?
I am so impressed with new board members who read that level of detail. Thank you. That board policy, in fact, was adopted in 2007, and it's a really critical piece of our district policy that we need to really work to be in stronger compliance with. As the chancellor noted, for some reason, when we renumbered, that board policy went away and there was no record of what happened to it. But board policy, the prior number was board policy 2.4, is in fact in full force in this district. It was a validly voted on, adopted board policy, and through administrative oversight / error, it went away. But board policy 2.4, in fact, is in force. What we're really doing here is we're renumbering it. There is a committee now made up of Brad Baluchian, Joseph Belinsky, Robert Brem. Brad is from these environmental studies up at Merritt, and Robert's political science and psych at COA, along with a whole group of student leaders who are part of the Environmental Sustainability Club at Merritt. And they're working to look at this policy and saying, okay, this is 2007. This is so old. We really need to update it for the current era because there's so many possibilities here. And then, so they're in the process of kind of running it through its paces. When they bring it back through the whole process with, shared governance, et cetera, then the administration's got to do the heavy lifting of coming up with administrative procedures to implement the policy. We've really missed a lot of opportunities here with this policy. And I'm so excited that faculty and students are now picking up that piece of work and bringing it through again. And I look forward to seeing what they come up with. And I know this chancellor and administration is deeply committed to this work. You'd be a fool not to be. There's so many opportunities for student growth and jobs and learning, not to mention the salvation of human civilization as we know it. So let's get busy. And Louis, thank you so much. It's really so reassuring. I mean, I don't mean that in a patronizing way. I mean that like the highest respect that you got to that level of detail and said, 2007, what's going on here? So thank you. Yeah.
And just to finish up, we decided it would be, rather than trying to do that, was to get it on the books first and then go back and revise it and update and review it and tease out the administrative procedures that are part of it that really should stand alone versus the policy itself. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you.
And just I will say that when we first developed that policy, it was done with the Chancellor's Advisory Committee on Sustainability that Al Hugh Harris helped establish, and I chaired for about 10 years. And it really was a fully inclusive process. We had workshops all over the campus. We had curriculum workshops. We had, and people were really invested in developing this policy. It was a very thoughtfully done thing. And what I'm hoping is that in the new iteration of this work, we can take advantage of something that was left out. And that was, well, what about the curriculum? What about the program that we could be doing in this district in programs just like yours, in programs, that you were in, or, in environmental controls technology? We've got so many CTE programs here that could be really part of that work, and also curriculum infusion across the curriculum. And I realize that's not our purview as board members. That's really academic senate and faculty. But everything that we as a board can do to cheer that work on and support it, I think we need to be doing, and then finding our appropriate role in that process. So, but that one was done with a lot of involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none. This is a first reading, so we don't take any action. So we can move to 4.2, Peralta Community College District updated adopted budget for fiscal year 22-23. Dr. Jones, go ahead, please.
Okay. All right, there we go. Note to the board, please do not give Chancellor Jackson or Dr. Jones a microphone in the future. It's a late hour, so a little levity helps. All right, Finance has submitted an updated adopted budget for the fiscal year 22-23 as an informational item.
Dr. Jones, could you move your mic just a little closer to your?
Yes, it's a little bit hard. Okay, I will try to get a little closer.
That is so much better. Thank you.
Very good. So essentially, the updated adopted budget book reflects the budget that the board approved on September the 27th. We have incorporated 3 critical adjustments or changes reflected there. So the first change is that we made the correction in terms of addressing the error in revenues, which we discussed at length at that time. The other change or adjustment came in terms of adjusting the expense budget to reflect the new labor negotiation agreements that we did, particularly the COLA going from 5.656, which was in the original adopted budget, to 6.0. Okay. And good idea. And then the third is to reflect a change in our bond balances to reflect the sale of the $120 million of new bond issuance that occurred on the 10th of November. Yes, the day that we had our charrette. So those are the major changes to the budget book that that we presented now for your informational item. So thank you for that.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes, I had a question on the reserves. Do we have a target for our reserves, or that just what's left over?
Well, that's a very, very good question. So here, I'll answer the question in this manner. What we have indicated to our bond rating agency is that we are going to seek to maintain as much as possible a 16% reserve. However, board policy requires that we maintain 10%. State requires that we have a 5% reserve. Now, there is consideration to increasing that, and we've actually done a really, really good job of continuing to try to increase our reserves over the number of years for exigent circumstances and the like, and to bolster our financial standing, which we've seen was led to an improvement in our bond rating. So we are seeking to do that. And actually the state really, really wants us to have a minimum of 16% or 2 months of operating reserves on hand. They haven't stipulated that, but there's been conversation at the state level for districts to begin moving in that direction. So excellent question. Thank you, sir.
Trustee Reese, go ahead.
To that point, Dr. Jones, is it correct that we cannot underestimate how important the credit agency sees us, right? And so if we have 16%, even though it is above our policy and above the state guidelines, it is because of our history with the credit agencies, it is so important for us in their eyes to actually look like we are being more conservative with our funding rather than less conservative, correct? I just want to make sure that
That is true. That is absolutely true. Rating agencies view this information as ways to evaluate and assess risk. Yep. And so having greater reserves gives us the capacity to address, as I mentioned before, exigent circumstances that may occur. And so we have greater financial resiliency as a result of that. So without giving you a lecture, I'm going to stop.
And then just the second question I have, and this is my naivete. So when I was looking at our September 27 revisions, there were certain things in red that talked about the vacant position salaries, the Q1 salary and benefit savings. They were all in the red in expenditures. I don't see exactly where that is in this new budget. I know that you've put it in there. It's just.
It's in the 5-year projection where we basically took those things. The difference there is in September the 27th, I made a very, very intentional point to highlight and to show you very, very explicitly where we are making adjustments. In the revised budget book, because you already knew those things and we didn't really change that, I just put the real numbers there rather than highlighting and calling out those adjustments that we are making. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. Now we can move on to the consent calendar. 5.1, approval of all consent items.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. Roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes, here.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the action items. 10.1, delegation of authority during board recess for winter break. Chancellor, do you have anything to say on that?
The only thing is this is a traditional resolution going forward where the board during periods where the board is dark during the summer and also during the winter recess. So this is what we've done for the last several years and recommend approval. So we can continue to move forward. And just for clarity for the new board members, when we bring those items that have been ratified during that break period, we identify it with asterisks so that it's very noticeable that this was ratified under the adoption by the chancellor versus for approval. So that's the distinction. One is a ratification based upon the delegation of authority, and the other one is an approval. So you'll see that wording, and that's what the differentiation is.
Move approval of 10.1.
Second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call, please? Unless there's any other discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Sasha.
Student trustee Hogan, I see you're on there, trustee Hogan. I'll come back.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. 10.2, consider readoption of resolution 2122-51 for district brownout covered legislative bodies to continue conducting meetings via teleconference per California Government Code section 54953. Chancellor?
I'll move
Yes.
approval.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez Yuen and trustee Withrow. Discussion? Do we have any discussion, colleagues? Chancellor, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Latino,
Yes.
trustee Quinlan,
Yes.
trustee Johannes,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yes.
trustee Napoli Bellarice.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. 10.3, consider adoption of consider adoption of resolution 22/23-86. Public bidding and approval of change order number 4 to the agreement for construction services with Road and Builders, Inc. for the Laney College locker room improvement interim campus project. Is IVC Smith here?
Madam President, I'd like
Yes.
to move 10.3 and 10.4.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call.
Discussion?
Discussion.
So I have a question about this, I think. In the bond report committee, the committee's report, the bond committee's report, it talked about this project being finished at the end of 21 or at the June 30th, 21, substantially finished. And it is not apparently. So I'm just wondering if there's any reason for that.
Chancellor?
Point of information, which project are we
The women's locker room, the,
Soccer room.
yeah, the
Okay, thank
alternative.
There were
Temporary.
there were some additional, as you indicated, substantially finished. We're talking about $40,000 to continue to make the last recommendations based upon Title IX. And I believe that referring to those recommendations came from the college as part of their priority list of projects because their college is allocated a certain amount of money. And so this is a change order for that to complete the last of those projects, that particular project.
Thank you.
And if I'm mistaken, IVC Smith, please correct me, but that was my understanding.
Sure. Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, Trustee Quinlan. It is, yes, finishing up the interim space for the locker room. And yes, there are a few items that need to be addressed to finish up those spaces. And yes, we've had many delays because of DSA, but yes, we are tidying up and finishing up those areas.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? Trustee Johannes?
Yes, just a question. From what I gathered, it looked as though it was more so a miscalculation. And so they had to go back and spend the extra or quoted the extra 40,000 saying, number one, they have to fix the lower pipe or something of the sort. I can't remember exactly what it was. But then also they said, because they're already on campus and because they've been working, it's much cheaper to continue to go with them. And so my question sort of is, because there have been 4 change orders at about $100,000, at what point do we decide that we must switch over to a different organization, a different company, you know? If we continue with change orders left and right.
Good question. What we try to do is as long as they stay within their budget, whenever we do a project, we also put aside a certain amount of reserve. And so our board has made the decision that even though it may be within the budget, if it's a change order, they want us to bring it back to you for review. So they are within their budget, but there are changes when you have a project the size of this. And so even though they're within the budget of the allocated budget, including the reserve, it is a change order, and the decision by this particular board is that we still bring those back for board approval. So that's what this is doing. It's not a change order that is outside the scope or abnormal for this type of project, but it's just that our policy has been, even though it's within the budget, is to bring it back so the board is aware of it. And when we do that, we identify, that was another addition that the board wanted for transparency, to show any change orders so that they would have a recollection of the history of that particular vendor. So I don't think it's a problem in this particular one. We have had since I've been on
That I don't know. I don't think so.
Position that we have brought back to the board as an issue. And we have terminated contracts because of that also. And you'll see that as we go along as a board member, but we try to be diligent and correcting those types of things as soon as possible. And we weigh the positives and the negatives in terms of, is it more advantageous for us to sever relationships and get someone new in? Or is it better to continue on as long as we stay within the scope of the original bid? So that's what this is. But good question. We do that due diligence and hold us accountable for that and ask those questions in the future if you have any concerns. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, end of discussion. Let's go ahead and move to roll call.
Student Trustee Hogan? I'll come back. Student Trustee Latino?
Yes.
Trustee Quinlan?
Yes.
Trustee Johannes?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Pope?
Yes.
Trustee Napoleon Bellarice?
Yes.
Trustee Hogan, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. We'll go to 10.5, consider adoption of resolution 2223-88 to return to normal pre-COVID operations. And it says here Andrea Epps is going to be presenting. Okay, thank you. Motion by trustee Withrow, second. Can I get a
Second.
second? Thank you, trustee Quinlan. Discussion? Trustee Gonzalez, you won.
Thank you. This item is a little confusing to me as I read the resolution. There are a lot of whereases, well, actually several whereases, but no therefores. And so I don't know actually what we're voting on. It says the title is Return to Pre-COVID Normal, but there isn't any action that the administration is actually then saying we're going to take under that title. I'm frankly also a little bit concerned about the substance of it. So let's assume that in fact there's a therefore the district is going to return to pre-COVID normal. We just voted to extend our ability to meet remotely. With no discussion, as though that were like completely understandable. And I understand that from my perspective. I'm not a young man anymore, but I have a very elderly mother, and I can't afford to get sick if I'm going to continue to help care for her. And I suspect there are a lot of workers in this district who feel very much the same. I think we also haven't heard from the administration with a thorough assessment of pre versus current COVID conditions. So like we changed our work patterns. We've done a lot of telecommuting. Maybe some of that makes actually really good sense. I haven't seen in the wherefores, whereases, not therefore, where I confused my words there, a deep discussion with the people who work in this district about what that would mean. I'm not seeing serious consultation, and frankly, I'm hearing from some of our union leadership that that consultation maybe has been less than completely thorough. So I'm concerned about that. And then I'll just note that the last look that I did on the New York Times website in terms of California caseload and death load was that California is up 48% in the last 2 weeks. And that's just been growing. So we've got increased hospitalizations, we've got increased deaths, we've got kind of slim consultation, and we don't have any detail from the administration, with all due respect, maybe this was just an oversight, about what this actually means. So I would ask my colleagues to defer on this item, let the administration come back to us in January, use the opportunity to kind of get our ducks in order, lined up, do appropriate consultation with an appropriate plan for what pre-COVID means. And then let's have a more thorough discussion that's data-driven and informed by full participation of a shared governance process, of a process that includes student consultation and thinking about what classrooms are going to look like, as well as appropriate labor consultation under wages and working conditions, agreements and negotiations that we would normally do. So that's my initial thinking. I haven't heard anything from the administration so far on this, and I'm all ears.
Is that an alternative motion?
Could we
I'm just
actually
opening
discuss
discussion
it
right
and
now, and I don't
answer
have a
the
motion yet.
questions?
I'd
Yeah.
really like to hear from colleagues and the administration on this. So my mind is open. I don't have I'm just raising initial concerns.
Good. Well,
So thank you.
let me try to address some of the concerns. One of the things that you indicated is there's been little consultation with our labor. I would beg to differ on that. I think we've had several meetings with them specifically regarding this. starting as early as I believe it was the summer of 2021 when we first initiated our COVID policy. We discussed what that meant in terms of shelter in place. We discussed the migration back to a more face-to-face. We then this board adopted a policy that included us developing a safe Peralta webpage. On that webpage, we identified that we would be following the guidelines of the county, the state, and the federal government, which is what we're doing right now. At the last board meeting on November the 15th, the board adopted under the discussion regarding extending the policy, which we just did tonight about online, that we would move forward on January the 3rd with the return to normal pre-COVID. The board also adopted and voted on that they would move to their first meeting, which was at that time established as January the 10th, that they would do the same. Subsequent to us getting to January, the board decided a decision was made. It wasn't a board decision. It wasn't voted on, that due to the organizational meeting and the fact that some individual board members wanted to bring their families to the meeting, that it would not be appropriate to bring families in and exclude the public. We consulted with legal counsel, and we do not have the executive privilege to be able to do that. So the decision was made, the recommendation went to the board officers that we would open up the meeting to all individuals, which is what we did. During that period of time, and I will let Andrea Epps speak to the consultation that has gone and taken place with our bargaining units. They have been meeting. And one of the conditions for SEIU in particular, because faculty are already covered under, this, because they can teach online, so it really doesn't affect them. With Local 39, this doesn't really affect them because you cannot, be a custodian from home. So we have been working with SEIU to develop for over a year. We've been working on a telework policy that was presented to the Classified Senate last week in a draft format. Directly after that meeting, I believe the district's bargaining team, of which Dr. McKinley leads, and also Ms. Epps is on that negotiation team, met with SEIU. So to say that we haven't been meeting with them, I think is really maybe one-sided, since we have documented minutes of those meetings and can present them if necessary. The other thing is the telework policy is there to look at exactly what you're talking about. It identifies that they need to do a plan. It's in a draft format right now. It's going through the process. We plan on having another meeting once we get feedback from the Peralta Classified Senate and presenting that in a town hall meeting on Flex Day, which is January the 19th, I believe. Looking at possibly 2 sessions, one in the morning that would be recorded, and then having another one in the afternoon. Again, this is all in draft form. It's out there. I can provide it to the board. We presented it to the executive cabinet so that the presidents are aware of that. We did that on Monday, since we only met with the Peralta Classified Senate, I believe, was on Thursday of last week. So we have been moving forward with that, looking at providing the flexibility. Our current policy also indicates that we have the flexibility if things change. That has been the key words that I've used in all of the presentations. If things change and we go to a shelter in place, or if OSHA or the local county health, or if the state makes that decision. We follow those guidelines. We can't anticipate that. We can only react to that, but that's already built into our existing policies, which is visible on the web under safeperalta.edu. So we feel that we've taken all of the necessary steps to reassure our staff. We, are concerned about health as everyone else is right now. And so we feel that those proper guidelines have been put in, adopted by the board, approval by the board to move forward with this last meeting, November the 15th, if you like to call it up. It's out there on the web, and that we should move forward. I also followed a question that was posed by the board. What are the other Bay 10 colleges doing? We are the last college that has not moved forward with meeting face-to-face. All the other districts have been doing so. Some districts have been doing it for over a year. We've only started this year with our face-to-face courses at the colleges, and we've been meeting in a hybrid mode for the district at the same period of time. So that was why the recommendation was that the governor came forward and said, we're not in a pandemic. It will end on February, and that all publicly elected boards will be meeting face-to-face. So we think we're following in line with the guidelines from the state, from our local Alameda Health, and from the federal government, which was also stated by President Biden. And I would ask if Dr. McKinley or Andrea Epps would like to add if I missed something.
No, I can do that, Dr. Jackson. So yeah, I think you said that quite well. We negotiated with SEIU the process for bringing forward the AP on telework, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're following that process. We negotiated with them, and our plan is to promulgate that particular administrative procedure as soon as practical.
Are there any other questions? Trustee Johannes?
Okay, so I do appreciate the response. Thank you. I still will say that I wholeheartedly agree with Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen here. I would like to additionally add that Peralta has dropped the mask mandate at the same time. So speaking to family members or whoever you may have at home, to drop the mask mandate and then ask everyone to come in immediately after that is a bit jarring, I think, to our employees. I would also, if we do move forward with bringing them in, I would still like to defer, but if we do move forward with bringing them in, what is the plan? Does everyone just come at once? Is it staggered? Do we have parking? Is it safe to park? How does that work?
Just a point of clarification, we did not drop the mask mandate. What we said is what the county said is that it is optional. So if you want to wear a mask like I have one on and you don't, that's optional. So we did not drop the mask mandate. We said that it was optional. We used the language that was specifically identified in the Alameda County Health Department. So that is an external body, and that is what we say in our policy is that we will follow. The other thing is we are still working with SEIU primarily. As I indicated, faculty are already covered under the existing contracts with teaching online. Faculty also have the ability, if they put it in their syllabus, to require students to wear a mask in their particular classes. The only thing, like I said, that we're still working on is working with individuals within the SEIU community who are asking for things that, based upon what we've looked at, and I say that from external sources because I'm not a scientist, there's a feeling that if you have a plastic or glass partition, if you're sitting at a desk and individuals walk up to you, that is going to protect you. And the science does not show that that is true. People feel safer, but there is nothing that validates that is going to protect you from getting any kind of COVID infection. So right now, those are the kind of sticking points that we're on. But as I indicated, we're in a micro region, and every community college district in our region is back to where they are pre-COVID. Masks are optional. They didn't do testing. We did testing. We went through a massive cleansing of the buildings. We brought in an external person, company, Forensic Analytics, that did an assessment of our buildings. You can go online and look and see your room, your campus, your building to see where you are in terms of filtration. That is still out there on the web, safe.peralta.edu. There's Q&A that is out there. And I think that we've taken reasonable measures given the environment that we're in. And if the board so chooses to not move forward with this, that is the purview of the board, and we will follow through. But I don't want it to be perceived that we have not taken due diligence in moving forward with this, and to let you know that we have, and that if we did not feel that it was advisable to do so, then we would not be recommending it.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez. I have some as well.
I'll just reiterate that the resolution itself is incomplete. I'm not sure what it means. I'm not sure what pre-COVID means. And without the assessment and detail, I'm a little bit at a loss as to what we're voting on.
I also have a couple of questions. As I understand it, this needs to be negotiated with SAU 10-1, doesn't it? I don't know if that's a question for Andrea or for Royal.
I can answer
Okay,
that. So
McKinley, of
the
course.
effects need to be negotiated, not the decision.
Could you repeat that?
The effects of the decision need to be negotiated, not the decision itself.
So this needs to happen first before we move to that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, once the decision is made, then we have an obligation, if the union asks, and they have, to meet and confer with them regarding the effects of that decision.
And I would ask, if the board is looking at doing that, that it also take the action to rescind the action that it did on November 15th, which is where it says, and I don't know if you have that available, Sasha, if you can bring up the minutes for that meeting. But the board did make that decision, so that the decision, I would just recommend that it be rescinded so that it's very clear what the intent of the board is.
My apologies, Chancellor. I didn't have you at full volume. Which meeting did you want me to pull up again?
The last board meeting in November,
You got it.
and it was under, I believe, 11.1.
The special meeting on the 28th or the 15th?
The 15th.
Yes, ma'am. I'll share my screen now.
11.1 is the resolution. Is that what we're looking for?
Right, but if you read the
Resolution.
action that the board took, which was indicated the dates of when we would move forward. And so we were acting based upon that.
I think the resolution is the same resolution that was on today's meeting. It's regarding the Brown Act, the new Brown Act. rules.
Exactly, but if you read, if we can bring it up and you read what it says in that particular resolution.
Can you see it, Chancellor? I have it up.
Oh, it's a little too tiny for me.
Yeah, I will zoom in.
If I can read that, I've got it up
Okay.
in the notes. It's motion to adopt the resolution, blah, 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 with recommendation of staff coming back in person by January 3 and in-person board meetings by January 10. So that was the board motion resolution that was in fact adopted back then. I think the chancellor is saying, well, now we're contradicting ourselves potentially if we decline this one. Not sure about that. But that's the language here. I'm not sure that a declination to adopt this one requires us to go back and modify that one. I think that we could figure that out.
If I may, what I think you had pointed out was a technical problem with the resolution, which is you have the whereases, but you don't have a resolve. And so and then of course we had continued conversation about content. But if there was a resolution to this resolution, where it's not just whereas, might that be something that, Chancellor, you all come back to us with? Because currently the resolution in and of itself in today's agenda is incomplete. At the very top, you have the title, but at the very bottom, there's nothing there. And so that's a technical, at least, point of clarity. But if you come back with that, I think that might be a part, that might be part of the solution here, part of.
I just want clarity from the board and guidance, because this particular resolution was put in place in response to the decision that you made on the 15th. And I would hate for us to go and do a lot of work to make a change and then come back and the board still feels that it isn't clear enough, that they don't want to move forward with it. And I don't have a problem. It's the board's decision, but it's also staff time to work on that. If indeed it's not going to be approved, then let's just pull it and table it until further notice.
I mean, I thank you, Nikki, for bringing this up. You know, pre-COVID operations, I also would like to see a plan before we adopt this, because it just doesn't give us very much information. And I know that we've discussed it over the last few months about returning to campus, et cetera. But I am concerned about, I personally would like to see more specifics. Is there anybody else who would like to say anything? Oh, go ahead, Trustee Reese.
Are you?
Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez one.
So I'm cognizant of the frustration of trying to plan for a district. And yet we're faced as a board with incomplete data. Now, we could just say, well, go right ahead, do what you're going to do. But I personally am not comfortable with that. I don't want to undermine the administration's ability to plan. And I think that planning will work better in consultation with the people who work here. And then you would be able to come back with the details. Now, it might be you just don't get agreement from the bargaining units, and you're just like, here's what we want to do, board. We would like your empowerment, your authority, your authorization to move forward with this. But before I say, yes, administration, regardless of what the working people in this district want, please move right ahead. But I'd like a little bit more detail before I do that. And Chancellor, I think, I'm extremely supportive of your actions, pretty consistently.
Yeah.
So I'm really not trying to undermine. I'm just saying, as a board member who was living this as well as you all, I'm concerned. And I think if I were a person working in this district, I also would feel that concern. So I feel that concern as a board member. I have a twin pull to want to help you manage this district under chaotic circumstances. And I feel torn here, and I'm sorry, I personally can't support this.
I would ask the board, since it's been voiced by at least two members, yourself, Trustee Ewing, and you, Trustee Johannes, before we bring it back to the board, I would like for at least you to give us some more specific guidance, so we bring back to the board something that the board can approve. We don't have a problem with that, but it's like, when you give guidance, you can be very specific, or you can say, just come back with us with more specifics. And it's a kind of a crapshoot of what are you gonna get? Are we gonna give you what you want, or is it still gonna be, you need more information? So I would ask the board's indulgence, not getting into operational, but at least let us come up with something, have at least the two of you look at it, to say, you're still missing this, or, I think you need to identify that, so that when we do come back to the board, we will give you what, at least I know that you have been the ones that have been vocal about it, the information that you feel is necessary. And I think also, to provide some clarity over the discussions that we've had with our bargaining units, which has taken place.
I myself am more than happy to do that, and I think other board members may also have concerns.
Yeah,
I would not presume to know their minds, having, only heard a few of us.
Mhm.
So I don't want to overstep, but I'm more than willing to put my shoulder to the wheel and help you think this through to the best of
Absolutely.
my ability, Chancellor.
And be mindful that we're trying to do this and being very cognizant, because I had a brother who passed of COVID, so I don't make these decisions lightly. I do it from a personal stance. So we do want to do right by our staff. I don't want to put them in harm's way. But I also need to weigh that against what I'm hearing from our students in terms of services, from other staff and faculty who say they walk the campus, it's like a ghost town. Nobody's there. That isn't creating that warm, welcoming inclusion that our students, especially students that are first generation going to campus, making them want to come to our campuses. So it's kind of trying to weigh both of those, the safety, the health concerns with providing the services, and the feeling of, welcoming, and it's tough. I will tell you that it's tough. So any assistance we can get, I will appreciate it, the board's indulgence on that, as long as we don't have more than 4 people.
Of course.
I have legal counsel next to me. So the recommendation would be, I guess, with the amended motion would be to table this and bring it back to the board at another date after working with individuals on the board to take a look at what we come up with.
I think the appropriate step would be for the maker and seconder to withdraw their
Yes.
motion and second, and then there's no item to consider, and we don't need to actually have a vote.
Yeah.
Agreed. Can I just ask a question though,
Sure,
well,
go ahead.
before we do that? I think I know the answer, but why are we doing 10.2, which is giving us another 30 days for teleconference, if we were intending to pass this today with a January 3 return?
The reason is that, I guess, the reason is that the Brown Act applies to our participatory governance bodies. Governor Newsom's directive was to publicly elected bodies. So by approving this particular item, you are allowing our governance bodies to continue to meet in a remote setting and still comply with the Brown Act. But you yourselves, because of the edict from Governor Newsom, will have to start meeting on no later than the 28th of February in a face-to-face mode. So that was why we brought that forward. It's 2 different things. One is governing our participatory governance bodies who are under the Brown Act, like our PGC, our Academic Senate, President's Roundtable, those types of things. Which we were not part of the edict that came from Governor Newsom. It was only publicly elected boards. So that's why we adopted it. The board adopted that resolution.
So, and not to belabor the point, but if we're having everybody else come back on the 3rd, there's no reason for elected officials or even any of our shared governance bodies to still be meeting virtually necessarily, or they could, but I mean, there's no real reason to actually accommodate that in this way, because if everybody else is coming back, then we as well as.
Well, that begs the question of if the board is not going to adopt it or pull the resolution that we just presented because of technical reasons.
Then we should have this.
Then, yeah, we're not sure. Presidents aren't sure because we've been telling people based upon the action the board took in November. The notification went out that starting January 3rd, you would be, you know, coming back with a mask optional, but that you would be coming back to work.
Right.
And then the telework policy would be to address that Dr. McKinley talked about, would be to address any exemptions, whether you are in a pandemic or not.
Right.
It is irrespective of where we are with COVID or pandemic. It's a regular policy that says under the policy of telework, working because you have a family member who's sick and working and having a plan, a written plan. There's a lot of parameters around the telework policy. So that's one thing for ongoing, irrespective of whether it's COVID or not. Then we have the policy under the Brown Act that the board adopted tonight, which affects participatory governance bodies. And then you have the one that the Governor Newsom said.
Right.
And so what we were trying to do is to align those to say, if the board is going to be meeting face to face, we should also move in that direction. And we come back from from winter break on the 3rd of January. So those were the dates why we put those forward. And then the board's first meeting is on the 10th. So that's how those dates came into existence back on November the 15th.
Right.
Go ahead, Royal, and then I have a question.
And I just wanted to provide some clarification because we did have outside counsel do an extensive write-up on this because it is a pretty, very technical item. I believe we have counsel on the line. If there's some clarification on any of the points that we made, I want to just give Natasha the opportunity to do so because I know, like I mentioned, it was a pretty technical write-up, and I think the chancellor's done a pretty good job at teasing it out, but there may be some other distinctions that Natasha can make.
Yeah, and maybe let me just restate, because if Chancellor, if our 10.5 did go through and we are all going back to normal operations, then there really is a necessity for the board to actually meet virtually, right? And so if that were the case, if it did go through 10.5, then did we need, or would we still need 10.2 if we were going to be in person anyhow? I guess is the question, because it seems like, because it seems like we would actually don't need to have 10.2 if 10.5 would have gone through. And right. If then.
Yeah.
President.
Council Roberts, should I address that?
Go ahead, Natasha.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President. Good evening, board. Just to provide a slightly more clarification on this issue, the reason that the AB 361 resolution was agendized for this particular meeting, knowing that you had the other resolutions on, knowing the edict that was brought on in the November meeting, was for the reason that the chancellor was highlighting, which is outside of the Board of Trustees, we also have other, quote, legislative bodies, right? The PGC, other legislative bodies that are part of the district that have been using the flexibilities provided under that. I do want to make one slight correction from what the chancellor said, which is the Governor Newsom's change in the emergency status, which impacts AB 361's use, applies to all legislative bodies, elected or appointed, exactly the same. But the reason for us is to give the board and the district the benefit of that flexibility, because we did not have the ability to check in with each of the many legislative bodies within the district to ensure that they could continue the operations of the district and make the shift that was necessary to be all in person. And we know that we're meeting people at different places in their ability to do it. And we just wanted to keep compliance with the Brown Act as easy as possible. Also, seeing that we are in a moment of surge, I happen to have COVID right now. I can't be there with you in person. If any of you on the dais were to be in this situation, by adopting AB 361 through the end of February, you would still have the ability to participate in the meeting with us being fully compliant with the Brown Act, while you are all working towards becoming an in-person board fully, right? And so you've done it. We kind of ripped the Band-Aid off because it made the most sense for this board meeting. But we know that the reality is it takes a minute, and there is a little bit of flexibility that's provided by AB 361 that has supported many districts in this transitional time. And so that's the reason for the recommendation for the approval of the AB 361 resolution. Thank you for your vote on that matter. Nikki?
Thank you, Natasha. That was actually really helpful. And I just, if I can opine for just a second on the Brown Act, I think a lot of us have a love-hate relationship with the Brown Act, because the spirit of the Brown Act is open access, is more inclusion, more transparency. I think what we've learned is that, in fact, being able to do meetings in the way that we've been doing meetings actually creates quite a bit more access for a lot of people in some really important ways that the Brown Act did not envision. The Brown Act at this point is antiquated. It's rigid. It mandates a certain kind of inclusion that, in fact, look out here, right? There's nobody here. This isn't more accessible to the public. And so if we're really trying to be accessible and inclusive, you think about our shared governance bodies, and you think about all the people who have to commute from all manner of places to participate. Is it really better to mandate in-person participation? Look, this is, the matter for the legislature to figure out in terms of the Brown Act, but as long as they're giving us the flexibility, let's be intelligent in our use of that mandate and just be thoughtful. Now, that's an aside that's separate from, but related to the matter that we're pulling off the table right now, I think. But I think it's really worth our thoughtful deliberation, as opposed to the Brown Act says this, let's just be smart about what actually works for us in our district. So thank you, Chancellor, for your flexibility and the board's wisdom, and just really thinking through this in a non-adversarial way. I think we're really trying to work together to support what really works for everybody here, being mindful that it's really hard to manage what you're trying to manage. I get it. I have a little fraction of an understanding of that. So thank you. And if we gave you cross direction, gosh, our apologies. Didn't mean to do that.
Thank you. I'm scared to touch this now. It's been beeping at me and blowing up. I won't touch it. Thank you, Trustee Ewing. I think the question, and I pose this to the board as a whole, given that we have given guidance to have individuals come, I'm not sure what our next steps are. Do we rescind that and say we're going to wait until the board meets? Do we still encourage people to come back, mask optional, which is what the county is saying right now, even demonstrated within our own meeting space right now? I'm not sure. All right, got it.
So that's probably a question for legal counsel, isn't it?
Well,
Natasha or Royal.
I
If we were not to adopt this, what would happen on January 3rd?
Yeah, I saw, I would defer to my colleague,
May I be recognized?
President Garcia.
Yes, go ahead, President
Okay,
Garcia.
thank you. I want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn, but on behalf of the presidents, right, classified professionals. So I just want to clarify that coming back to campus, what that actually means. So I want to make sure that we understand that our classified professionals have been back on campus. And so to be speaking about it as if a group like is not there, it is actually not fully, it's not a full picture. So administrators, managers have been back on campus primarily for a year and a half now, or at least well over a year. Classified professionals started to come back last spring. You'll recall when we issued in agreement to the side letter agreements, the notices with 2 weeks, and gradually brought some folks back. And then in the summer, this summer is when classified professionals return to campus primarily, with the sole exception of if folks had, if colegas had medical accommodations or COVID accommodations. And we followed guidance from HR to do that. The workforce that is not fully returning to campus the way that it was pre-pandemic was the instructional part, the faculty part. And so that is a big piece of what we're also connecting. And if I just may, once there is a little bit more guidance about how the board wants to proceed, I hope that there's consideration that a lot of the anxiety and frustration is around trying to build the schedule for what will be the summer schedule as well as the fall. And without having clarity about whether we should plan for a more fully in-person or pre-COVID, it is really hard to do the schedule development. And therein lies where a lot of anxiety and frustration comes, is not knowing what to put on the schedule to then advertise to students so that students can make choices about what kind of classes they want to enroll in come the summer. So I think with.
And the other element that we're talking here, discussing, Trustee Gonzalez, when you question some of the statistics and persistence. And when we put schedules forward, we look at data in depth. When it comes to enrollment data, it's like housing market. We can't say it's going up or down. We get to check every little area, every zip code. Enrollment is the same. We look at college, we look at discipline, and we try to build a schedule that accommodates students. And we are humble about not knowing the right patterns. We got to have that humility nowadays, because we have students, they say, I want in person, and they don't enroll in person. Then we have students that I want online and they come in person. But the voices on the colleges say we need more in-person classes. And then we say, why do they need more in-person classes? 61% of students that withdrew, when we look at that 40% that we lost, 61% of all withdrawals were online asynchronous classes of total. The in-person classes, the withdrawals is 9%, only 9% of students withdraw because there's more engagement. Now there are more layers into the data. We cannot make that conclusion, but we got to look closely at what do our students need us to do. And we have done it incrementally. We have been creative, hybrids, in person. But they need the student services in enrollment. They need it in person. We have been fully in person. Students giving us that feedback time and time again. Applying for financial aid, it's much easier for them in person. And we're talking about especially the students that we are here to serve. Low-income communities and students of color and immigrant population. They're telling us time and time again, we need more. So that's what we're trying to do, incremental changes, 25%, 30%, 40%, working with disciplines, looking at the data at the district level, college level, discipline level, and even course by course sometimes. So, and that's part of our discussion about there is some correlation between persistence rate and because yeah, COVID changed things, but we diverse learners and we learn differently, even in the new technology area. So these are some of the areas that we wanted to emphasize here when we heard part of this discussion.
Thank you for that information. President Besikoff?
I would first say that just as far as what Dr. Garcia said about just basically the kind of we're back aspect that exists at Berkeley, that I would say that resonates with Laney. Of course, one thing that preceded at Laney was the fact that in many cases our on-campus CTE labs, they were going. They kind of, with the exception of the very beginning of the pandemic, they never went away. The other thing I would also add is that looking at our learning community turnouts, especially I think of Puente and the full room where it wasn't full pre-pandemic, and a lot of our learning community turnouts, they've been high. I think of the Emoja celebration we had at, basically a full bistro. Same thing with the Puente celebration, the fact that our Puente numbers have gone up. And not only that, one of the needs that we have moving forward that's been demonstrated is on-campus tutoring. And one of the things that impacts the ability to recruit for on-campus tutoring is a lack of on-campus classes. So it's one of those things where we're trying to come back, and my community or my campus in terms of Spring is Free, just talking about that, there were two things that came out. Number one, assist students more with their financial aid applications. And number two, increase tutoring. Those were really the two things that came across as that next step. Maybe we have the students, but now how do we keep them? So I just would like to add that for context.
Thank you. I'll be brief. And only thing I would add, thank you for those observations and comments. Only thing that I would add is in my conversations with faculty and even formal conversations with faculty, the prevailing sentiment, the way I saw it, was that faculty were comfortable with going with the mask optional, with the option of masks being optional, insofar as long as they had they could avail themselves of requiring a mask in a class if they put it in the syllabus, which is consistent with some of the other districts. Our neighboring district, Chabot Las Positas, does that. And so, and I'm very grateful that they were, showed the equanimity to reach that point. So I guess the final thing I would just add is we're talking about enrollment, we're talking about getting students back, and we're talking about offering modalities and options. I think to a certain extent, we kind of hamstring ourselves if we continue to have the most, as the chancellor said, we were probably the most stringent district in terms of during the pandemic, in terms of the rules and regulations and safeguards that we had in place. And we make no apologies for that. But as we're trying to compete for enrollment, it's a bit more daunting to do that when we are, I guess, holding ourselves to guidelines that are far more stringent than all of our neighboring community college districts.
Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez-Wynn.
I'm really sympathetic to everything that's just been said. And I also want to point out that I'm not without any experience here. On my campus where I teach, over 90% of the sections that we canceled in the fall were on-campus sections. So President Bajrami, yes, students say they want in person. And then when you put them out there, what classes fill up? I know right now, I've got 4 classes scheduled for the spring, winter quarter. My purely asynchronous online classes all filled up to the max immediately. And my partially synchronous online class, not full yet. And as I look at my colleagues in political science, not one of the on-campus classes is full. So yeah, it's a confusing world out here. Absolutely. And I don't envy your complicated calculations of how to create normal again. I don't know. And I think that's all the more reason why, as a board trying to make policy, having the therefore, resolution components of what it means to be pre-COVID normal will be a little more helpful. And so thank you for this very thoughtful interaction.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to say anything, questions, thoughts? Okay. This has been a really good discussion. I'm glad that we've taken the time to do this. I do still have concerns. I do still have concerns about, we have what you were saying before, Trustee Gonzalez, our numbers, COVID numbers are going up. We have other sicknesses that are out there. And so I'm also concerned about the lack of therefore in this resolution.
Technically right now we need to make them,
We do.
I don't know who that was.
Sasha, can you repeat who motioned and seconded?
Can I make one more comment?
Sure.
I think
Trustee Reese?
the original question that you posed before the president shared all of their information, which was very, very helpful, was, so what do you do? Like where, do you have them come back? Do you have them not come back? Just a recommendation. If you all are able to come up with some of the things that you would like to offer the chancellor, it would probably behoove the chancellor and the presidents and everyone else to be able to plan if you gave it to the chancellor within a specified period of time, because you can move on that. What is feasible, what is realistic, what is not realistic, and you can go and do whatever you're going to do with it. But that means that the board members have to be on this. If you all are, talking about this, you have to be on this. And I would suggest, if I may, you give them a date, and let them, and make sure that, it's something that you can work with.
Yes.
I forget. We go on winter recess on the 23rd of December, and we are scheduled to come back on the 3rd of January. So we need to be able, before the end of this week, to get that information out, because individuals will be gone. And we will do it via email. We will do it via webpage. I will send out an announcement. I'll work with MCPR and Mark Johnson to get something out. But I would like to have something, if possible, before the end of the week. And I am here in town and will work with you if we need to schedule something. I can move things around to be able to accommodate your schedules so that we can get together. And I'd like to invite the presidents to be there also for their input, so that I don't want to make a decision and not include them as part of it, since they're on the ground. And then we can get something out district-wide that is consistent, that the board, based upon the concerns that have been voiced, will be willing to adopt. If that is a friendly amendment.
I will do my best to comply with that. As I grade the stack of finals.
You're gonna have to do it.
Yeah, suck it up, huh?
Yeah,
Suck it up.
exactly.
I know how to walk and chew gum.
So if I may extract from that, are you saying Thursday, 11:59? Let's actually have a particular date and time so that the sum of us will actually abide, or not, and be locked out. It has to be this week.
This
because
has
they have
to
a
be this
timeline.
week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Works for me. Any objections to that up here? Okay.
So I think
President, did you still want to know who made the motion in the second, or is that irrelevant at this point?
We're
We're
just trying to
clarifying a
get-
few things first, and then yes.
So
Okay.
our last date, the 23rd is a holiday. Our last day on the campus in the district is the 22nd of December. We would like, and I'm speaking as a we, collective we, would like to be able to get something out no later than Monday, the 19th, because that still gives us 3 days. If we could do it on the Friday, that would be better. I'm sorry.
Faculty are still on contract on Friday. After Friday, faculty are not obligated to receive or respond to communication. So
So
that
the
is the one
16th.
caveat is.
Yeah.
The 16th of this which is this Friday. I don't think we're very far. I really don't. I don't think it's a bridge too far. We have ideas, so we won't come with a blank slate. And we just like to bounce them off of you to make sure that they are within the compliance. So if we can meet in the next couple of days, then we could get something out on Friday.
By Thursday is what you, okay.
By
before then.
Thursday,
Okay.
yes, Thursday, the 15th.
Everybody good with that? Okay.
And we can do it by Zoom. Being a little levity, as Dr. Jones said.
All right, thank you so much for this discussion. Sasha, can you let us know who made the motion in second?
Trustee Withrow made the motion and trustee Quinlan made the second.
Trustee Withrow, trustee Quinlan? Okay, trustee Withrow?
I'm sorry, I did not hear what trustee Quinlan said.
I withdraw my second.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay, we are complete with this item because we have our seconded withdrawn. Okay.
I'm sorry. So there's no motion being taken. I didn't hear trustee Withrow withdraw
There's
his.
no motion because
Okay.
there's no second.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, for this discussion. I think it's been really helpful for all of us to discuss this, so appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and move to trustee reports. I'll start to my left, trustee Jenkins.
So I'll be brief. This is my last meeting, but I realize we're back in person for the first time. It's 9:55. People have kids to get to. Thank you, Peralta Community, for allowing me to serve as a trustee for the school that I was able to attend. College of Alameda, Laney College. It's been a pleasure serving with all of you guys, presidents, district staff, chancellor, trustees. We've been successful in guiding this district through the pandemic and working on a return to campus. To the new trustees, hopefully you guys will be student-centered first. As I learned from Trustee Handy, as long as we're centering students first, I think we can get this district back on track. Thank you so much.
Thank you, trustee Jenkins. Trustee Quinlan.
Yes, I'm just going to repeat the same thing I said in my onboarding meeting. I am kind of retired, which means I'm not working 70 hours a week. But I told the presidents and anybody here, if you need me to do something, if you need me to go out in the community, if you need me to be at a meeting, if you need me to wash your car, maybe not that, but reach out to me. I want to do everything I can to rebuild this district, to provide our students with the opportunity these colleges have provided to Oaklanders for a long time. And so anything I can do to help with that, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Trustee Reese.
Good. Just a happy holidays to everyone. It's been quite a year and looking forward to next year. Be safe, be healthy, and everyone just love everybody around you.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
So I wasn't at the last board meeting. I was in the process of traveling. And just prior to that, I was at the charrette at Laney College. And it was really an impressive gathering in many, many ways. Very thoughtful participation from members of the community. I'm looking forward to more things like that then also include our students and faculty and staff, because that part of it was thin. And it's such a rich discussion when you just kind of open it up and say, here, can we re-envision this place? And right now of all time, when we've got bond money, when we are rethinking this return, it's the time right now. And we've got a new board, and I'm just so happy to have such thoughtful, skilled, experienced board members. Trustee Jenkins, thank you very much. We're looking forward to your help in City Hall with our security issues in particular and working with the OPD. I'm sure, you know, having representation now in City Hall will be really helpful. You're not without resources. And I want to just say a special word of thanks to Trustee Bonilla. What a hero. You know, working in this district on this board in some really difficult times. And regardless of what you think about former administrations, that was a mess. That was a mess. And it was really hard being a trustee. We weren't getting along with each other. We weren't getting along with the administration. It was just hard. And that she led us through 2 years as the president on the board during that time. It's no wonder she resigned, because that was really, really painful. At the same time, I also want to extend real thanks to Trustee Handy. I don't think it's any secret that Linda and I didn't get along a lot. We fought a lot, but the truth of the matter is that when you came down to the votes, we were with each other about 95% of the time. And the thing that I really, really honor about Trustee Handy is that she served the community. Now, I might disagree with her vision of what that service, how that service was going to come out, but there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that she is dedicated to our community. And for that, I really want to honor her. Anybody who was willing to put up with that kind of time and that kind of effort that you could really consistently see from that very stalwart, fierce representative of the people, you have to honor that. And so, Linda, if you're listening to this, thank you. All right, that's it.
Trustee Johannes?
All right, day one almost complete. Almost. But I do appreciate being here. I do appreciate the discussions we had this evening. I wasn't sure what I was like full on walking into. I kind of had an idea based on previous, but I didn't want to use the previous meetings as sort of my North Star of sorts. But like the new trustee Quinlan said, I'm here. Please contact me if you need. I'm not quite retired. I still work as assistant dean and professor, but please, I'm here to learn and then use that knowledge to help Peralta. So thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you and welcome aboard to both of you. Trustee Withrow.
Just briefly, the Peralta Colleges, the district, hosted a panel at the recent CCLC, the Community College League of California, that was conducted last month in San Francisco. It was chaired by our chancellor, and the theme was academic coaching. And that John Beam from Laney was featured as the athletic representative from here. The director of athletics at CSU East Bay was there as on a panel, and a key executive from the UC Berkeley featured there. And they talked about the techniques that they use with athletes that are far superior to in terms of student success than the balance of the student body. And the idea is to, what are you doing and how can we take that in and broad base it throughout the balance of our student body. And it was very well received. I don't know the feedback the chancellor got, but the feedback that I had, it was extremely well received. And I did notice just real quickly that in our enrollment presentation today, that one of the multitude of figures that showed up was that we are down to 400, a little over 410 students now per counselor, which is down from the last figure I saw was 850. And before that, it was 1,100. So we're moving in the right direction. And what I'd like to see is a focus on what is that doing as far as moving the needle to student success.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my report very brief. I also attended the CCLC conference and was able to see the closing plenary as well. And I want to send a huge thank you to Trustee Handy, who really helped mentor Kevin and I as we came onto the board 2 years ago. Can't believe it's been 2 years. This is my first meeting where all of us are here. Which is really exciting to be a part of that, since we were a part of the pandemic generation of elected. So this is exciting for me to be here with all of you. And so thank you so much. I will be returning to my in-person office hours next month. I will be most likely holding it at Kate's Cafe, which is next door to Berkeley City College. And so I will be posting that information on my Twitter account. I'm also available for meetings in person and Zoom. So feel free to book a meeting with me. I would love to talk to everybody. So let's go ahead and move to, okay, VP Quinlan. Would you like to read our announcements? Oh, I'm sorry, the student trustees have not gone. Student trustee Hogan, do you have a report?
No, but I would like to congratulate you on becoming president. I would like to also congratulate Jenkins on his new position on this Oakland City Council. I would like to welcome the new trustees. Thank you guys for serving and being a part of Peralta College District. And I would like to say a farewell to Trustee Handy. It has been a very great experience to have her mentorship. She took us to DC, and being a part of that with her, Chancellor Jackson, Ms. Smith, all of you really have shown me, a student, that you really do care. So I appreciate all of your services, and thank you for having me. That's it.
Thank you. Student trustee Latino, are you still with us? If you'd like to-
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Would you like to give your report now?
Yes, I'd just like to say congratulations to all the elected trustees in their new positions. And also a great thank you to former trustee now, Linda Handy. She was of great help, especially when I first started as a student trustee, and she passed on some great advice. So I'll never forget that. And I'd just like to say happy holidays to everyone. Happy New Year. And just to stay safe and stay healthy, especially now. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Jenkins, I will have some words, but at the next meeting, I promise, for you. Great. Let's go ahead and move to announcements. Go ahead, VP Quinlan.
Here are the announcements for December 13th, 2022. 1, best wishes to all students taking their final exams this week. 2, spring is free at the Peralta Colleges. Fees are waived for California residents, documented and undocumented, who fill out the free financial aid application or the California Dream Act application. Visit www.peralta.edu and click on Spring is Free for more information. Enrollment is open and spring classes start on January 23rd. 3, everyone is invited to the Laney College Graphic Arts Department Fall 2022 Student Art Show via Zoom on Thursday, December 15th at 4 p.m. For details, visit the Peralta website and scroll down to the events section. I've been before, it's amazing. That wasn't in the notes. The Peralta Community College District will be closed for winter break from Friday, December 23rd through Monday, January 2nd. We'll open again on Tuesday, January 3rd. We wish you a happy and healthy holiday season.
Thank you. Yes, happy holidays and happy winter break. I know that we wanted to adjourn in memory. Dr. Johnson, did you want to say a few words? Ron? Oh, that's true. We are recessing to closed session. I apologize. Yes. So we can do that now. Let's go ahead and do that now.
Okay. Yeah, just as Jennifer said a little earlier, a cherished, a beloved colleague. And to be quite frank, I'm so tired of making these. I'm so tired of this. But as I've always said, he may be gone outwardly, but he's not gone inwardly. So with that said, just thoughts and prayers to his family. He'll be missed. And it's just a reminder for us to just take care of yourself and take care of each other. I'll just end it there.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. We will be going to closed session, so we will be back to adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.